That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Any more announcements?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you for everyone that showed up today. We received many calls from the resident. They make a ticket for some no address in the back in the house. Anyone they have is not a notice. We fix this issue. We need from everyone make the clean front in the back and make the address in the back of the house. And everyone they have a ticket is no notice. Maybe we fix this issue. Please leave everything is clean. Thank you.
Okay. No more announcements? All right, thank you. All right. Proclamations, recognitions, and presentations, there is none. Any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
No additions or deletions. All right. So we'll move to the public comment. It's expected to be long, and it seems like we have fair samples of the community here. We expect everyone to respect each other. Do not direct your comment to each other. And any additions or deletions to the agenda? I can hear myself. But anyways, I hope this meeting will go smooth and we can start the public comments.
Thank you. And I ask everybody in the hallway, just a moment. I ask everybody in the hallway to please keep it down so you can hear if your name is called for public comment. Let me go through this real quick. I'm gonna go through the people that are here first. Can you please? Thank you. I'm gonna go through public comments of those that are here to speak in public, in person, before I do my email public comments. As for the public comments that I received through emails today, I received probably about 125 emails. I will not be reading all those because 50 plus or 60 plus of them came after 4 o'clock, and unfortunately our cutoff time is 4 o'clock for public comments. So I will be reading every public comment that we received before 4 o'clock today. I will start with locals, and I have Luqman Saleh. 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Luqman Saleh. I'm the Yemeni resident. I have been living in the city since 1997. Since that year, the city has been suffering from budget deficits and has declared bankruptcy several times. For the first time in the history in my life in the city, a budget surplus is declared this year. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the mayor of the city, Dr. Amr Ghalib, to the city councils, and to the city manager, Mr. Matt Girabrino, and his team. Guys, keep up the great works. We are proud of you. We are proud of your presence in these positions, and you deserve our help and support. How nice it is to see the right person in the right place. We look forward to seeing our city beautiful, healthy, and safe. And this requires more efforts and continuous work from all of us with sincerity. For Resolution 2023-82, we respect all laws supporting political, religious, sexual, and other freedoms, and we hope that everyone will exercise their personal freedom in their private places, and the public places and city property will not be used to support any freedoms of any parties without the freedoms of other parties. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Blasey.
Hello, Mayor and Council. First, I would like to comment on Resolution 2023-74. I'm just looking for clarification on the time for the Hindu rally. In one part of the resolution, it says 1 to 4 p.m., the other says 5 to 7. On Resolution 2023-77, I just want to express excitement for the opportunity for Fatima to expand her home and purchase the neighboring property to add a sunroom. I think that's a really great program, and we more approvals of these kinds of projects will really help other people know that that's an option. 2023-78, I support this additional street sweeper purchase based on the attachments to this resolution. It will really pair well with the one we just purchased. This one will pick up larger items, the other one will pick up all the smaller debris, and it'll be a lot more efficient for our city. I also support the extension of the alley contract. It's my understanding that there's only 2 alleys left, and they've been doing a good job with that. And I also support the purchasing of new carpet and flooring throughout City Hall. It'll really help bring us into, this level of prosperity that our city is moving into. I do have some concerns regarding Resolution 2023-81. From reading the attachments, I just want to get some clarification about the taser purchase. And I read in the description of the Taser 7 that there's an option for the taser to turn off after 5 seconds automatically, or that each different municipality can choose to disable that function. So I just would like some assurance that we would not be disabling that function for our community. And finally, regarding, how much time do we have?
You have a minute.
Okay. Regarding Resolution 2023-82, I'm really concerned about some of the wording of this resolution. As it's stated, I feel like some groups are going to be discriminated against that have traditionally been included in our flags on Joseph Campo. We have flown the Cherokee Nation flag and the African Union flag for several years. Neither of those groups are recognized countries or nations, and under this resolution we would no longer be able to fly that flag. Also, I'm curious why this would stop at religious or at flags when in other areas of our city we are very inclusive and have representation for our religious groups. Can I ask for a minute?
Sure.
Well, I think you have to ask for the elected body, not the clerk.
I asked the mayor.
Okay.
And I'm curious why this, the rhetoric in this resolution, if it would stop at flags, because saying that our city is not going to support one religion or anything like that, will this prevent us from having Eid or Christmas decorations? Would this eliminate our free parking for religious holidays? It just doesn't make sense the way it's written, that we would draw the line at flags. And then also, there's a section in the resolution that says each group is represented by the country to which they belong. And I'm curious how we're defining country. Is that the United Nations recognized countries? Would that include countries that are not recognized by the United Nations? So I have a lot of questions about the language used in this resolution.
Thank you, Len.
Thank you.
Rose Carver.
Thank you for your time, and may I address the esteemed and distinguished council people here before me. I am here to support Resolution 82. Hamtramck may be one of the most diverse cities in the country, but we have to draw the line somewhere. Sure, many Hamtramck residents have fled countries where being gay is a death sentence, but nothing says we have to make it comforting and welcoming here. While we can't legally discriminate against LGBTQ people in the United States anymore, the City Council of Hamtramck can say, ew, now, be proud somewhere else, because that is the meaning of neutrality, my fellow citizens. Additionally, at a time when all of us feel the burn of inflation, we can't expect to throw costs towards rainbow flags. We have to spend $146,996 on tasers for the Hamtramck Police Department. And just in case any of these radical gays get out of line. During Pride Month, no less. Bravo. And so, allow me to humbly present a redesign of the Hamtramck City placard to underscore this brave council's position on neutrality. This new sign will ensure that visitors and residents know that this is a city that stands for diversity so long as it doesn't offend the religious beliefs and backgrounds of others. The slogan shall now read, Hamtramck welcomes you if you're straight. And this is a historic moment, a moment where the basic rights of LGBTQ folks are under attack. And history will look back at these 7 brave members of City Council and remembered they remained neutral. The headlines will read, "Heroic! Hamtramck City Council votes to stay neutral during Pride Month, bans pride flags on all city property, and instead invests in police tasers." Now, this might be a little on the nose for you, and if you don't like this poster, I do have another one. This is obviously we'll have to paint over the rainbow on the mural because that is a little too gay. But we will have the world in 2 straight miles, so it's a little bit it's covert, so it's not right on the nose. Anyway, thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Yeah, but, yeah. Excuse me.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Russ Gordon?
Mr. Mayor,
Can I get everybody's address their city, at least mention their city?
no, it's okay.
It's okay.
This is the problem.
Please keep it down. Thank you. Please keep it down. Go ahead, Russ.
Okay, I'm obviously speaking about the flag ordinance, the ordinance
23-82.
to eliminate the pride flag. You know, there have been a number of reasons presented for it. Probably the biggest is that that some of the flags don't represent flags of nations. Others that the flag selection was done without a quorum. There have been many reasons put forth for this. We've always had flags that were not flags of nations displayed there since day one, 10 years ago. That's not new. I think the elephant in the room, the thing we all see, the thing we're not talking about, is that homosexuality is a sin. And I think that's what's weighing on people and driving this decision. That is an inappropriate reason for banning this flag. There could be many reasons. That gay folks have been sidelined for centuries. Okay, they back in the day they were executed. This may be a sin, but it's a reality. Okay, and it exists. And there are a lot of gay people in this community, and that flag represents them. It's inclusive. It allows them to feel like they belong in this community. For many, many years, for centuries, they haven't belonged anywhere. They've, oh geez, okay. I had a real good friend of mine years ago. He was executive in one of the largest top administrator in one of the largest medical centers in the country. And he couldn't come out. He got married to a woman just to maintain his cover. This has been the history of gay folks. You know, 40, 50 years ago, folks started coming out. So when they did, they lost friends, family. It's pitiful. Recently, because we live in the United States of America, it's no longer, there's no longer a law against it. There's no, folks can stand up.
Thank you, Russ.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, what it's all about is pride. That's it. And we need to let
Thank you,
them
sir.
have their pride.
Thank you, Russ. Hassanun, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, hold on one second. Good afternoon, Hassan Ayun, public activist. I live in Dearborn. I just want to tell everybody, you know, Pride Month don't put it down our throats, okay? Because let me say something. That flag, the pride flag, you think you guys want to put down my throat? Let me put my Lebanese flag down your throat, okay? We're not going to sit here and put the Yemeni flag. We're not going to sit here and put any flag. We're just going to put the American flag. That's what we support. I am a Lebanese person, and I support the American flag. We are not going to sit here and tolerate you guys come in and say, oh, it's Pride Month. You're gay? No problem. You be gay by yourselves. Don't sit here and throw it down kids' throats, my throat, or anybody's throat.
Sir,
This is,
can you address to this way?
I'm addressing, what's it called?
No, this
I'm
way.
sitting there talking,
Oh,
I'm addressing you guys.
Yes,
I
thank
ain't
you.
addressing nobody else but council.
Thank you.
Please. You interrupted me, so I get 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Anyways, just to let the council know that the Pride Day or Pride Month or whatever they want to call it, don't put it down our throats. We support the American flag. My parents came to this country in 1972 from Lebanon. You don't see my family sitting there putting the flag and say, I'm going to put the Lebanese flag down your throat. You keep your flag, you want to put it at your house, put it at your house. Do not put it on city property, and do not put it in our schools. Yes, nice and simple.
Calm down, guys. All right, guys. Calm down.
We're gonna ask you to leave. Actually, you guys gotta step out. Everyone out, come on. If you're not in the seat, you gotta stand in the hallway.
Speak up, please.
October 10th, I close the Dearborn School Board. Why? Because they're trying to put sexual explicit materials in our schools. Don't put it down my throat. You want to put that? Read it to your kids at your homes. Don't be reading it to our kids in school. We are tired of this. At the end of the day, we are not going to tolerate nobody putting no flag in city property or anywhere. You want to put the American flag? You want to put the LGBTQ flag? Put it at your house. Don't sit there and try to bring it in our city, in our schools, and teach children something that we do not need around our children. So I'm asking the city council today to approve a resolution that no flag but the American flag to be in any city or any school. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say as much
Yeah,
as
please.
Come out. Come on.
3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Naji, and I'm an immigrant from a small village in a country called Yemen. I came to this great country when I was less than 7 years old, but I did not always think that this was a great country. In fact, from the time I got here until I graduated college, I was constantly told America is an evil country. America is an unjust country. America is a racist country. I felt like I did not belong here. Over the years, as I grew up in America, I had flashbacks to my early life in Yemen. I remembered that we were so poor, we would have only chicken once in a blue moon. And when we did have the chicken, we ate everything. And I remembered we had no running water, no electricity, and no bathrooms. Yes, I did remember all of this growing up. But you see, it was a faint, distant memory, as if it were my imagination or my dream. So for 20 years, I never traveled beyond the borders of America. That changed in 2000 when I visited Yemen for the first time. And needless to say, I was in complete shock. The level of poverty and chaos that I personally witnessed there was at another level. The effect it had on me was similar to when you're in a nightmare and you suddenly wake up. It was a complete shock. Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. Now I am thankful that God has blessed me with the opportunity to be and live in this wonderful country, where I have the freedom to live my life as I see fit, where I can worship my Creator in peace and tranquility. Unfortunately, many people in our country don't seem to understand this. They don't know, or they don't want to know what it's like to live in extreme poverty, what it's like to live under severe repression, where there's no freedom of speech, no freedom of religion. I owe my success and my livelihood first and foremost to the Creator Himself, Almighty God, then to this great country. Our soldiers fought, bled, and died in the jungles of Iwo Jima and the beaches of Omaha so that you and I can live with peace, prosperity, and freedom. Those soldiers fought under the American flag and no other. It's shameful and embarrassing to have any other flag in public buildings. You have the freedom to display whatever you wish in your home or your private businesses. We respect all nations, cultures, and their flags, but we only salute the American flag. Do not waver and do not flinch. You are doing the right thing. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
I need you to keep it down out there. Sir in the red shirt, if you keep that up, you're gonna leave. The guy in the red shirt. Mike Hashem, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Mike Hashem. First thing I want to say, all of us are immigrants. All of us came from countries to respect this flag. And there should be no other flag in this country other than the American flag. We have civil wars in our countries. We have famine in our countries. But to come to a country to display a colorful flag that means nothing to us, I mean, that's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the people that lost their lives for these countries in wars. It's a disgrace for this flag for people who lose their lives just to cross the border to have a better life in this country. And let me tell you something. I'm all for removing the gay pride flag. Because you know what? Let me tell you something. This is America. I have the right to say I'm against the gay pride flag. If anyone has an issue with it, they could go kick rocks. But in the end of the day, this is the flag that should be up. No other flag.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I would start. I had the privilege and the honor to work in this great city for 4 years. And this great city embraced diversity despite the fact in the past years it suffers so many economic hardships. And while we celebrate the budget balance and the surplus that this leadership introduced under their leadership within 1 year, and that surplus will continue for many years to come, I do believe throughout my time here, working with different minorities, different culture, the city got along really, really good. People lived here for many years and they got along really good. Entertaining or introducing or start getting the communities or segregating the communities based on ethnic and racial or groups or political affiliations, this is just gonna create hate. This is gonna create division. This is gonna create so many things for the city. So if we take a step back and celebrate what this leadership has achieved today and what's coming in the upcoming years for the city, it's much better than focusing on something that's really gonna divide the city. I do support the proposal and the resolution that's you guys proposing, and I do believe one flag, the United States of America, should be the only flag that's sitting or standing in the city properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Butler.
Today I want to stand here and talk about something that wraps around this proposal you guys have. I'm a member, fairly new member of a Facebook group for Hamtramck. And I have to tell you that the Yemenis are being so targeted on this page by members of the LGBT community. They're being baited, They are being put in traps to say things. They're being threatened to be sued for talking about their religion, this, that, and the other. It's relentless attacks on this community. And we're sitting here talking about flying flags that has nothing to do with making peace in this community. It's unacceptable to witness the targeting of individuals based on their religious beliefs. Such acts of discrimination and mistreatment undermine the principles of respect, tolerance, and human dignity that are essential for a just and inclusive society. The deliberate harassment and mockery inflicted upon the Yemeni community by individuals on this Facebook group are reprehensible. No one should be subjected to such degrading treatment because of their faith. It is a violation of their fundamental rights and an assault on the principles of religious freedom and coexistence. We stand here and we talk about coexistence, but it's okay for one group to attack another group because those people want to stand by their faith. This is America. We don't fly heterosexual flags. We don't fly any of these other flags. That doesn't mean that people aren't free to exist. They are. But we don't have to fly a flag on city property next to the United States flag that slams in the face, goes against things that people do not believe. If we're going to respect one side, we're going to respect the other. And that's all I have to say.
Gracie Cadu.
They need to stop inside and outside. I rise today to speak against the flag resolution and the lie that it's based upon. This resolution is brought about through a bold-faced lie. This resolution has zero to do with hate groups flying a flag, unless the city administration fully and truly believes that the LGBTQI community of Hamtramck is a full-fledged hate group. Though, from what I can see, that this gathering, there's only one hate group listed by the Southern Poverty League here tonight, and that's Moms for Liberty. I challenge the council to return with a resolution that is transparent and name their real target for erasure, which is the LGBTI community. If the council chooses to carry through with this lie, they are doing a disservice to Hamtramck and the community they claim to serve. Mr. Mayor, you should be ashamed for this. You should be ashamed for this farce and for having Muhammad bring this forth. When you said 4 days ago in reference to flying the pride flag, he doesn't have to worry. There is a higher level decision coming. That isn't democracy, sir. That isn't the America I fought for. That's fascism. It is clear that you are either ignorant or hateful and spiteful. The clear and abundant desire to shove this community back in the closet is seen by all of us. And I leave you with a history lesson. The rising of Stonewall was in response to hate, and my community will rise again. I fought for you. I fought for your right to hate me, and you're welcome.
Joey Roberts.
We need some result to call me.
Please. Mr. Mayor, have the...
Folks, we will clear this.
All right, guys.
Everyone was not respectful.
Everyone has the right to speak, whether you agree with them or not.
Yeah, please
Joey
don't.
Roberts.
Folks,
Thank you.
if you don't keep it down, we will clear the hallway.
You have any other officer out there?
Yeah, this officer is there.
Joey Roberts.
Joey Roberts. Come on, drop.
Yeah, that's what we have to deal with.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members, change the subject and all that. My thing is about the police policy. Police have policy in Hamtramck, but the citizens don't know what the policy is. Police violate the policy every day, but they expect our superiors to sit there and exclude them on that. But hey, how do the people know what policy they are breaking? My brother was beat up 2 weeks ago. They broke 3 thresholds, my gate, my screen door, and my door, and beat my brother up in my house. I asked for the policy twice, was rejected because they said it jeopardizes their procedures. I don't want to know the procedures. I just want their policy. Are they able to smoke on a job? Are they able to drink on a job? Are they able to run red lights? Are they able to just be rude to a citizen for no reason at all? That is my thing. It's like the police, the citizen needs to know the policy of the police so we can hold them accountable. Because they get away with way too much. They sit there, they disrespected me, they disrespected my mom. My mom is 85 pounds. She's a little short lady. A 6'5", 7" lady told her she's gonna take her to jail. My mom said, no, you'll take me to the hospital. She's 85 pounds. I'm asking for the policy to be released to the citizens of Hamtramck. The police policy, not the procedures, not to jeopardize their integrity or their safety. The policy, the rules they have to follow. How can we hold them accountable if the citizens don't know what rules they gotta follow? We have to wear a seatbelt. Do cops have to wear a seatbelt? Can cops smoke in a police car? Can cops just pull up and question you for no reason? I'm asking for the policy to be released to the citizens of Hamtramck. The police policy, not the procedures, the policy, the rules, and the rules they have to follow. I see cops, I see police blow through red lights all the time. I see police make red U-turns all the time. I see police not wearing their seatbelt all the time. I see police drive around with cracked windshield all the time. But no one holds them accountable. The citizens of Hamtramck were held accountable. When they threaten a citizen of Hamtramck, should they be held accountable? That's why I was stopped from today. But I'm asking for the release of Hamtramck police policy. I requested it twice. I was denied twice.
Thank you, Joey.
I just want to know their policy.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
I have Ifamira Kaju. Ifamira Kaju.
Ifamira Kaju.
Something cashew. How you pronounce it?
Ifamira. Ifamira.
Ifamira.
Got it?
Hamtramck Cashew.
Thank you.
I expected to be going at the end, my mistake.
3 minutes.
I definitely don't want to talk for 3 minutes. So my concern, I really want to stay in my lane, and it is about the way the policy regarding the flying the flag reads. But I'm an artist, and I'm not a poli-sci major or anything like that. So I want to talk about specifically my concern about the wording and how it's going to relate to art in the city. Sidewalk chalk murals are a really great way for emerging artists to get kind of like experience. It's a great way for small business owners to get artwork, and it's temporary. It's a kind of a tradition in Hamtramck. We have children who come out for events and do sidewalk drawings and all this kind of thing. And I'm just concerned by the way that it reads, that won't be something that's allowed to be diverse in nature and celebratory of pride. And so I would like for the city council to just think about that and maybe take some time to reword it and consider how it's going to impact how we express art and diversity in the city specifically when it doesn't pertain to a flag flying on a pole, right? So I know we're talking about flags specifically, that's been the hot topic online, but the way it reads, it talks really about images, and those can be really powerful and important for visibility. The queer community is prone to suicide, so when it comes to art and expression, I would really like that to be considered and maybe to consider rewording the ordinance. So that's actually it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Meyer?
Mr. what?
Bill Meyer.
Bill Meyer?
He's over here.
I'm already here. Hello, Councilor Mayor. Bill Meyer from Hamtramck. So we all have one enemy that we all have to fight here. We're all the same. The enemy is hate. We have hate on all sides. We have hate to deal with every issue we have. We have to conquer hate. Love is the answer. We have to respect every human being. As far as religious friends of mine, I think you all believe, you should believe, that every human is made in the image of God. We're all important, every one of us, regardless of what our sexual orientation is, what our gender is, whatever. We're all human beings, and we're all in this ship together, and we're all gonna go down together if we don't watch it. So the first thing, I'm sure religious people should respect everybody as a human being first. We don't have to agree with everyone's sexual orientation and gender, but you still have to respect people as human beings. And I see nothing but love from this council. I don't see any hate coming from this council or mayor. I've watched you for a long time. That's why I say I support this council. I think you're trying to find a solution. And the most difficult thing to do is to find a way for people to live with other people that they don't agree with. That's the hardest thing to live with. I've been doing this a long time. And you don't want to get in an argument with people because it's over with. Once you start fighting, you're not going to find a solution. You have to find solutions, and I know you're trying to do it. Thank you for that. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about something else. So can I have an extra minute?
Yes, Mayor.
You can.
Oh, I'm sorry. You. Okay. And by the way, you're supposed to address the mayor, not the council. So I'm the chair of the Michigan Peace Council, which is a chapter of the U.S. Peace Council, which is a member of the World Peace Council, which is the largest peace organization in the world. And we have a chapter here in Michigan. And we have a project coming up, and I want to give you a heads up because I'm going to, the Michigan Peace Council is going to be presenting to you a move the money resolution to the Hamtramck City Council. It's coming up soon, and I want you to know about it. It's the call in Congress and the President to move significant funds away from military spending, from military budget, which is now close to $1 trillion, in order to fund social services and to hold in-depth public hearings in each city, in our city, on the basic human needs of Hamtramck residents that are unmet because of government appropriations towards the Pentagon. We have to start spending wisely instead of funding wars all around the world. That's killing people. We have to find a way to save people and help people. And I know you're all for that. So we're going to present that to you later. Also, we're going to urge our mayor to join a group called Mayors for Peace, which was started in 1982 in the UN by a mayor from Nagasaki, you know, the first city that was bombed with a nuclear bomb, one of only 2 cities. The goal is to join in solidarity with over 8,000 cities in the world. Mayors from 8,000 cities are getting together to work together to press for nuclear abolition, nuclear bombs, to contribute to the attainment of lasting world peace and to solve vital problems for the human race, such as starvation and poverty, the plight of refugees, human rights abuses, and environmental degradation. This is what we need to do. We have to be known as a peace city. We have to be inclusive. We have to include everyone in the city. And I know you want to include the LGBTQIA2S community as much as anybody else. You respect them. I feel that. I know that. The flag issue is a tough thing to deal with. We have to find a way for everybody to accept a compromise of some sort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Yes, Bill.
Darren Shelton?
It's underneath the chair. I do not know.
What's that?
I apologize. I didn't know how to address it. I saw it on the floor. Thank you.
3 minutes,
Good?
yes.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for being here today. My name is Darren Shelton. I am Executive Director of Planet Ant Theater, just down the street on Kniff. We're a nonprofit performing arts organization that has been here in the city of Hamtramck for, it'll be 30 years on Labor Day. We're an institution in the city, long before my time, and I'm here today to say that the LGBT community is the lifeblood of our organization, and of arts and entertainment in general. I understand everybody that's coming up here today and saying things along the lines of, it should only be the American flag. I understand that. But the fact of the matter here is that it's not just the American flag. There are plenty of flags represented. Because this is a diverse city, it's a great city, and the diversity is what makes it great. I am here on behalf of allowing the LGBT community's voice to be heard as well, alongside, because I do believe that's what makes this city great. I've worked my entire adult life here in this city. I don't think sexuality is a political issue. The LGBT community deserves their presence and contributions within this community to be acknowledged alongside all of the other great populations here, because together is what makes this city great. It's why I believe in this city. It's why I work every day here to try to improve this city. This resolution to me feels like a thinly veiled attack on one flag. I understand. Mr. Mayor, I implore you to strike down Resolution 2382 and allow the LGBT members of this community that are here, that are working every day for this city, to be acknowledged, to have their contributions highlighted alongside everyone else doing wonderful things in this city. I'm hopeful that you will choose to put political views aside and do the right thing and lead with love for humanity and give a voice to a group of people that have been systematically held down and voiceless for forever. That being said, I am not naive. I understand that this vote has all but passed. And I am here to say, Mr. Mayor and council members, that this battle did not start today, and it will not end today. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Thank you. Matthew Pizziali?
Matthew?
Matthew Pizziali?
Matthew Pizziali.
Matthew Perry-Ellis?
It's okay.
Give him next.
But yes.
I'll wait. Come on. Come on, I'll wait. Sir Matthew Pizziali.
No? Okay. Emmeline Rutowski? Emmeline Rutowski? Emmeline Rutowski.
Emmeline Rutowski? Emmeline Rutowski.
Yeah?
Got her.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello?
No, please keep that down.
Down? Okay.
Oh,
So good.
there we go.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council.
Hello.
As a resident of Hamtramck, hearing about Resolution 2023-82 before Council today makes me ask, does Hamtramck not want to maintain a reputation of being a welcoming city to one and all? Is it not proud of the many groups and individuals and community of individuals that are pertinent to its nurturing, growth, and ultimate success? Does it believe in upholding the separation of church and state? I believe this is an issue of human rights. The reason behind this resolution seems reminiscent of fear-mongering, manipulating the city's citizens to think they are in potential danger if this doesn't pass. I believe it's the opposite. If this resolution does pass and pride flags are banned to fly on city property, I think it sends an open message to those who are against the rights of LGBTQI folks and encourages harmful, intolerant, and most of the time false perceptions of the community. I want to live in a city where I know my friends and family feel safe, seen, and heard. This is a basic right that should be extended to all well-meaning citizens, and to this, passing today's resolution would display an act of disagreement, I think. I really hope you, Mr. Mayor, and this council takes these words into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Louise?
Cindy Louise?
Cindy Louise?
Cindy Louise?
Cindy Louise.
She's coming, she's coming.
Welcome, Cindy, 3 minutes.
Do I need to?
Nope, just keep it there.
Okay. This isn't even thinly disguised. This is an attack on LGBTQ people. And let's be real about what's going on here. You have added one more on top of the more than 500 resolutions and laws that have been proposed and or passed in this country, attacking LGBTQ people, making it illegal for people to be forcing situations in which LGBTQ youth are very much in danger of suicide and other forms of self-hatred for no damn reason other than the fact of some old male supremacist religious ideology. Now, you gotta face that that's what that is. This is saying, no, not here either. We join with, you know what, DeSantis and Donald Trump and Greg Abbott. Congratulations, people. That's inclusive to you. So that's one thing. The other thing I have to say is this thing about inclusion under the flag. People have raised that. We aren't. I'm someone who is not included under the American flag. On June 24th, the people who run this country made it that we women have no longer the right to control our bodies. There's tens of thousands of people who are immigrants on the border who are suffering terrible conditions at the hands of this country. There was a Muslim ban at the beginning of Trump's regime in this country. That will be reimposed. There is a trajectory going along here, and you have the choice to either stand up to it and do something about it or join it like you're doing right now. I don't accept it. Myself, I'm a revolutionary. I'm a RevCom, and I will say this, that the government that I'm going for and fighting for is one that not only allows the oppressed people and different things, but actually teaches them the history and leads people to stand up to this kind of BS. No respect to you at all for even bringing this here.
Go Trump!
Caitlin Drinkard.
They need to stop.
Caitlin Drinkard. Caitlin Drinkard.
Caitlin.
This guy.
Caitlin.
I said 3 times.
I know, you gotta stop. He's making people angry.
Ali El Marisi is next, so be ready. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm here to comment on Resolution 2023-82. My name is Caitlin Drinkard, and I've been a Hamtramck resident for 10 years. I'm also a high school counselor and have been for most of the last 10 years. Over the years, I have worked with a number of LGBTQ students who have been rejected by their own families and their own communities for simply being who they are. I've had students kicked out of their homes, threatened with violence and even death, and faced incredible adversity solely because of who they are and who they choose to love. According to the CDC, LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers, and more than 4 times as likely to be the victims of violence. The rates are even higher for LGBTQ youth of color. In the US alone, 1 LGBTQ youth attempts suicide every 45 seconds. So in the time I've been up here, an LGBTQ youth will have attempted suicide on average. One of the biggest protective factors keeping LGBTQ youth alive is acceptance. LGBTQ youth who live in a community that is accepting of LGBTQ people report much lower rates of suicide attempts. Hamtramck is a community that has, since its beginning, welcomed outsiders, immigrants new to this country, people with all kinds of traditions and beliefs, values and outlooks. Flying the pride flag at City Hall is not going to encourage people to be gay. It's not going to corrupt anyone's children. It is merely affirming the fact that LGBTQ people have a right to exist and a right to belong in the city where they live. For LGBTQ youth who are rejected by their families, seeing that pride flag flying in our city might give them one small glimmer of hope to hold on and not to give up. As a citizen of Hamtramck, I would hope that the council would consider the lives of our most marginalized youth and the effect that decisions like these have on their mental health and well-being. Your actions tonight speak volumes about who in this community you choose to represent and who you don't represent at all, and we will all remember that when we vote on August 8th. Thank you.
Ali El
Okay. Call.
Ali El Marisi.
Ali El Marisi.
There's not a seat available.
Everybody come on, we gotta clear up, okay?
Ali Marisi, where is he at?
Whoever's not sitting, gotta clear up.
Where is he? Ali Marisi.
If there's not a seat, everybody gotta come up. He left, he left.
He left.
Asin Nabulsi.
Alright, Asin the boss, gotta come out.
Asin Nabulsi.
No, you gotta sit over here. They're not here, there's no.
They're not here. Flip the bed.
Ash Porter.
Ash Porter.
Ash Porter. You guys, there's no seats here, you guys gotta come out. Come out, come out, come out. Sir, come out. Once seats are open, then you guys can come back in, okay? Just right over here.
Flip the card.
On this side. Side of the door. Step up. Step back. On this side. Okay. All right, step back over here. You can do it from right there, okay?
No Ash Porter.
Ash Porter.
Craig Brown.
Craig Brown.
Thank you. Welcome, Craig.
Asir Nabul.
You're the Nasir. She'll be next. Oh, he'll be next.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Thank you for having me here. I would like to address the main issue I was talking about with the flag and all that. Okay. I've rented here for 10 years. I love Hamtramck with all of my heart. I just purchased a home. I'll be a resident here for a very long time. I'm very proud of that fact. Why would our town, one of the most unique and diverse cities in the world, put in an ordinance to make any group feel unwelcome or not accepted? That is why I'm here, and I'm here to ask why. This has nothing to do with a personal viewpoint on sexual orientation, and if it does, then this council is filled with nothing but bigots. I'm sure others here will have better and more articulate viewpoints on acceptance and diversity than myself. Even though that is my main reason for coming here, I have perhaps an unpopular viewpoint on why putting a band on a flag with a rainbow on it is completely ridiculous. If we can't change your bigoted viewpoints on acceptance, maybe I can convince you to vote with your wallets. The LGBTQ community is the single best thing for property value in the history of the world. Ferndale was nothing but a Redford or a Warren or a blue-collar town when I was a kid. The gay community came in and painted that town with a rainbow brush, and look what happened. It's stunning. The gay community are fearless risk takers. Throughout history, as a community, they have turned cities around single-handedly. Palmer Woods, Indian Village, and Boston Edison are filled with rainbow flags. San Francisco was a bunch of dirty hippies. San Francisco is now the most sought-after real estate in the history of the world, in the entire world, sorry. Big tech may have caused that too, but that would have never happened without their, If it wasn't for the fearless risk takers painting San Francisco with a rainbow brush, that would have never happened. There never would have been big tech. Hey, what's up? Okay, look at the lower west side of Manhattan. The list goes on and on. I can't believe this is even up for debate in my beloved city of Hamtramck in 2023. This is a step 70 years backwards, and you all in opposition should be embarrassed. If we didn't already have a constitutional standard separating church and state, I would get into how nothing in the Quran has scripture that has issues with homosexuality. So I don't have to go there. The Empire State Building has rainbow lights on it during Pride Month. Hamtramck has been, is, and shall continue to be a place of diversity and acceptance. It is the very foundation of what makes us great. Thank you. Donobad, Shukran, Inshallah.
Thank you. Asir Nabulsi. Nabulsi. Nabulsi, Asir Nabulsi. What's your name?
My name is Asir Nabulsi.
Okay, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Asir Nabulsi. I am a convert. I took my shahada at the Tawhid Center. I'm an ex-nuke with the United States Nuclear Power Training Command. I'm a citizen scientist, an anti-oppression activist.
and I'm a transgender man. I want to keep this really brief. Equating the oppressed with the oppressor is definitionally and fundamentally dangerous. It wasn't just the Jews that they killed. It was genuinely every demographic in this room. There's no safety from the trivialization of violent hatred, and none of us are safe, besides the oppressors in our midst.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Al-Hassan Al-Shahbi.
Hassan Al-Shahbi.
Shobi.
We got action.
Hassan, 3 minutes.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to speak, I think, in Arabic because some sentence, I don't know exactly how I'm going to explain to you. But I think I'm going to speak in Arabic, it's better. I can give you like what I mean exactly.
Explain, translate. Thank you.
اولا الشيء نتكلم عن المدينه انا اللي من سكانيها يعني بحدود 21 سنه في المدينه. دائما احنا نكافح بالسلام، نكافح بالتقارب والحاله الاجتماعيه ان احنا نكون متقاربين. دائما احنا نحب ان احنا نعمل الخير كفردي او مجموعه، ودائما نهم المدينه سواء بجميع مجالاتها. احنا معنا مشكله هذا العلم ما نشيش نتضرر احنا ولا نشي نضرر اولادنا ولا نريد مجتمعاتنا ولا نريد اخلاقنا بشكل عام من هذا الشيء، لانه شيء دخيل علينا، شيء دخيل على البشريه، شيء دخيل على الشجر والحجر وكل شيء. فنتمنى من سيادتكم انكم توقفوا مع هذا الشيء وتوقفوا مع الكوميونتي بشكل عام. لا ندخل أديان فيها بكثرة ولا ندخل مثلا ثقافات، لأن كل واحد له احترامات الثقافة وكلنا نحترم الثقافات، كل واحد عنده احترام للثقافة واحترام الأديان واحترام كل شيء. بس هذا الشيء أنا أشوفه أنه مخالف حتى للبشرية، مخالف للشجر، مخالف للحجر، للحيوان، لكل شيء. فنتمنى منكم أنكم تحترموا رأينا كمواطنين داخل المدينة وتقدروا وتثمنوا برفض هذا الشيء، لأنه احنا خايفين على أنفسنا وعلى أولادنا. شكرا.
Thank you. Should I just translate? So basically he said he has been living here in this city for the past 21 years, and he as an individual and his community have cared for this city economically and for the safety of the people in this city. And he thinks that flying the flag, the LGBT flag, is something unacceptable, and it's odd, he said, to humanity and to the nature of people. And he thinks it will destroy the new generations by implementing or imposing this agenda on them. And he is calling the council to vote in support of this resolution to ban any flag from flying. Basically, that's the main idea for this.
Thank you. Jamal Turk.
Jamal Turk.
Jamal.
Turkey was here.
تعال يا تركي تعال.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jamal Turki. I'm a Hamtramck citizen since 2004, and I used to be a lawyer in Yemen and assistant of professor of study of laws. So when I speak, it's gonna be include some legal rules. I hope everybody understand this. All of us know that Hamtramck is a welcoming city, but what is very clear that the LGBT community is aggressive on the legal rules for exercise their rights through their endeavor to exercise their right outside of the special scope defined by the law. We see them liken themselves to the civil rights movement that completed the liberation of black citizens. But they forgot that the nation was not divided about that movement. and that it didn't have flag to be raised everywhere, since only states and international organizations raise their flags. While I call our representative in the municipal council to issue a decision banning the raising of flags other than the city or state or the US flags on the city property, we call all the members of the gay community and its supposed to stop these matters, which not only include wrongful exercise of the rights, but also threaten the unity of the society of Hamtramck. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Martin?
Ellie Martin.
Ellie Martin. Jessica Quick is next. Ellie
Jessica
Martin.
Quick.
Ellie Martin.
Ellie Martin.
Ellie, not Ali.
Ellie.
Not Ali, Ellie.
Ellie.
Skip. She has to skip. Go fast.
27. 21 down, 27 to go. And then 6
$10.
So far, 21.
Lead on.
I have 27 left. And then 61 equals.
Hello, my name is Ellie Martin. I'm both a Hamtramck resident and a member of the transgender community, which I'm sure many here will be horrified to know. Before I moved to Hamtramck, while visiting here, I felt very welcomed by the LGBTQ representation provided by both city government, businesses, and the general community. I would be deeply saddened to see this resolution passed and firmly believe that it will only deter future residents from moving to the city.
Thank you. Jessica Quick?
Jessica Quick.
Jessica Quick.
Hello, my name is Jessie Quick. I am a resident of Hamtramck and I'm here to speak in opposition to Resolution 2023-82. This resolution claims to maintain neutrality towards Hamtramck residents in order to embrace the city's diversity and avoid discrimination or special treatment of its residents. While I agree with this sentiment in its truest form, I would like to make it clear that this resolution does quite the opposite of establishing neutrality. Instead, this resolution sends a clear message about what groups city leaders do not want to see represented. Specifically, the LGBTQ community, the African Union, and the Cherokee Nation, each of whose flags would be prohibited from being flown on city property under this new rule. I am going to focus my concerns with prohibiting the representation of the LGBTQ community because that's a place that I can speak from. I would like to remind the council that this action does not exist in a bubble. This year alone, the United States has seen over 650 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in state and local legislatures, and yet this resolution implies that the American flag should represent this community. This includes legislation that prevents public recognition of the LGBTQ community. It is disgraceful that this city claims to celebrate its diversity while its leaders propose legislation that adds to this horrifying statistic and which cherry picks which aspects of the city's diversity you determine to be acceptable. Let me make this clear, that is not diversity. Diversity is not a passive label that you get to proclaim based on limited qualifications. Diversity is achieved when all residents are celebrated and supported equally. Diversity is when messaging from city leaders cannot be used to fuel attacks or vandalism against any community in the city. Diversity is when legislation is used to protect the dignity and safety of all groups that make up the community, not when it's used to remove representation of certain groups from the public eye. That is diversity. Let me remind you of the 650 pieces of anti-LGBTQ legislation that have been introduced. Let me also introduce the fact that with this legislation, LGBTQ people are now 9 times more likely to be the victim of a violent hate crime than non-LGBTQ individuals. We've already seen several acts of vandalism targeting the LGBTQ community this month. Mayor Galib, you issued a statement denouncing one of these acts, but trends across the country make it clear that with legislation such as this, targeted hateful acts will become more likely. This resolution makes the city far from neutral towards its residents. Instead, this resolution is the city's way of removing equal representation of groups which add to the vibrant fabric of the city, groups of people who make up your neighbors, your business owners, and your loved ones, who make Hamtramck what it is, just as the people who would find themselves represented by international flags.
All residents deserve to be recognized by this display, and your attempt to pick and choose who deserves recognition undermines the inclusivity that Hamtramck promotes. In the name of diversity, which this resolution claims to want to promote and embrace, I urge you to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Haley Kane? Haley Kane?
We can't hear you.
Haley.
Haley Kane?
Haley Kane. Haley Kane.
Sergeant?
Sergeant.
And then I have Theodore, where am I doing right here?
I think Haley Kane is there.
Matzik is next, Theodore Matzik is next.
Oh, you gotta
Thank
put
you,
that
Haley,
down,
go ahead,
please.
Haley. You have to just keep it on there.
Just speak?
Yeah, just speak.
Hi, my name is Haley Kane. I relocated from California to Hamtramck. That's really far away. And I did it because I thought it was a diverse community. I knew this was a diverse city unlike anywhere in the world. And now I'm questioning whether it is that diverse city. The city should reflect the community, and this resolution does not. Many of the people who are bringing the most value, not all of it, but quite a bit of it, are from the LGBTQ family. They are our neighbors, our business owners, they're artists, they're musicians, they're parents, they're teachers, and they're local leaders. There is absolutely nothing neutral about banning rainbow flags on city property. It sends a clear message of discrimination. LGBTQ rights are human rights, and it is a huge disservice to the entire community and Hamtramck to send this message that you are only welcome here if you're straight. I personally don't want to live in a place like this, and this is not what I thought I was getting into when I moved here, honestly. This resolution is thinly veiled hatred. What message, I'm going to close this with, our kids, are we sending to young gay kids? This is not about making children gay. There are gay kids everywhere in the world. Being gay is natural, it's beautiful. Being trans is natural, and it's beautiful, and it's normal. And the pride flag represents making space for all humans on all the spectrums, and this is where we're going as a human species. You can't stop that. And the fact that we're even having this discussion about a rainbow flag in the city of Hamtramck is just honestly very sad to me. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Theodore Matzik? Theodore? And then Stephanie is next?
Stephanie's next.
Hello. My name is Theodore Matuzek. I grew up in this town. I lived here off and on for the last 43 years. I grew up on Belmont Street between Kona and Ellery. 3866 Belmont. I went to Hamtramck High. I love this city. And this whole resolution is haram, I feel like. I remember when people said that people like you and all of you shouldn't belong here, that you don't belong here. I remember that you don't deserve to be recognized in this community. When the word effing Arabs was thrown around with a casualness that made me sick. Like, oh my God. I prayed with my Muslim brothers on my sports teams at Hamtramck High. We all prayed to the same God. I remember having conversations with my Muslim friends, and they talked about me because I was a Christian as a people of the book. They told me that hate is haram. They told me that hate is a sin. We were neighbors, we were friends. We were kids and didn't care about the racist, bigoted rhetoric that many of the grown-ups around us were using. We were friends. Now here we are decades later, and you're acting like the same bigoted people wanting to codify the discrimination against another group. People didn't want you to be here. People didn't want you to be here. Yeah, you know what? I know, no, you don't talk to me. The hypocrisy is so apparent. You are using the resolution to force your religious beliefs on an entire city. You are not fooling anyone. The LGBTQI community belongs here. The LGBT community deserves visibility. The LGBTQI plus community are human beings. If anything, I'm willing to bet that the loudest people voicing their favor of this resolution are gay themselves. I oppose this resolution, and I oppose you bigots and your bald-faced attempt to make this city a place of hate. Hate is haram.
Thank you. Is Stephanie, can you talk? Stephanie here?
Stephanie? Stephanie?
Aaliyah Schneider? Aaliyah Schneider?
Aaliyah Schneider.
Aaliyah Schneider.
Alice? Oh, Alice. Alice Schneider.
Alice.
Hi, Alice. Hi.
Okay, this was an interesting day.
Officer, Surgeon, take care of it.
All right, I am the current director of Public Pool Art Space. It's right here on Kenneth and Gallagher. I was not born in Hamtramck. I moved from a small-minded town in southeast Michigan. I moved to Hamtramck because I love the community. I love that we are all welcomed and celebrated, no matter who or what we identified our or religion, sexuality, any of that. With what this is proposing, it feels like this town is small-minded, what I moved from. I also feel like this is like a hate speech, telling us we can't be represented. It should never have gotten this far. Please do not pass this. Biannually, we at Public Pool curate an LGBTQIA+ exhibition called The Mighty Real Queer Detroit, and are proud to do so. This is an event that is throughout Detroit and other venues throughout Hamtramck. How can I explain to my artists that this once rich and inclusive community isn't welcoming them? This will affect my business, and it breaks my heart that Hamtramck is leading with hate and not understanding. Leading with exclusivity, not friendship and tolerance. Let's not be small-minded, Hamtramck. And please do something about tearing down our flags on private businesses and residents. It feels terrible. Please. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Eloise?
Eloise?
Wait, is that Eloise or Eleanor? Eleanor?
Eleanor?
It'll be Eleanor.
You don't know an Eleanor?
Eleanor?
No Eleanor? If there's not an Eleanor, she'd know she was here. No Eleanor? Okay. Vendel Whitney? Vendel Whitney? Vendel Whitney?
Vendel Whitney? Vendel Whitney?
No?
Three times
Hamid
call.
Al-Hajaji?
Hamid? Al-Jani?
Al-Hajaji?
Al-Naji?
Al-Hajaji? Okay.
الحجاج حميد الحجاج
Amen.
Or megaphone.
Have the surgeon
Did
take
you
care
want to
of it.
speak again at the end? You have it marked three
Have the
times?
surgeon take care of
That's
this,
it,
but
this
not
one?
you.
Okay.
Don't get this.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Oh, Isam.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا الأمين ثم أما بعد.
Amen.
الله سبحانه وتعالى خلق الإنسان وخلق معه زوجه ذكر وأنثى وهو ربنا سبحانه وتعالى. لم يخلق رجل ورجل يتزاوجان ولا امرأة وامرأة وإنما خلق رجلا وامرأة ونحن نريد أن هذا ديننا وإحنا لا نكره إنسان بذاته أو لشخصه وإنما لفعله مثلهم كمثل القاتل لا نكره القاتل وإنما نكره ما عمل به بالقيام بالقتل ونحن بهذا الصدد نرفض هذا العلم أن يرتفع في مدينتنا وشكرا.
Should I go ahead and translate?
I'm sorry?
He's gonna translate what he said.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so basically he said that God has created human from male and female, not from male or just female and female, and he's talking about his own religious philosophy that it is unacceptable in Islam, and he does not hate others, but he is sticking to his values, and he does not support flying the flags in public properties.
Thank you. Rin Al-Hassani. Al-Hassani, last name Al-Hassani.
Al-Hassani, last name? Al-Hassani?
Allah.
No movement.
Jazali Al-Hassani.
Al-Hassani.
الحسني
الحسني
الحسني somebody يقول الحسني
الحسني who's الحسني
No.
Next.
Ahmed Thabit.
أحمد ثابت.
Right here.
No.
No?
Ahmed Thabit.
تفضل يا أحمد تفضل.
Did you want to speak at all comments also, or just this one time?
I'll speak at the end too.
Okay.
I want to speak at all comments.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Thabit. I'm a resident of Hamtramck for over 7 years. Hamtramck is known as the whole world in 2 square miles for its culture, for its religion diversity, and for a lot of many things. Most people had true and dear to their, they hold truth and dear to their culture and values and religion beliefs. And we elected you, representatives, the mayor and the city councils, right? Elected you to represent us and our interests, not other people that does not even live in this city. Represent us and our interests and only, right? Okay? I'm sorry. Because we accept, because we will not accept being imposed on this, and that's why we here today. We are standing here for our values and beliefs, for not only the future of my city, or the future of the next generation, but for the future of my children and the next. Please, I would like to thank everybody for having this proposal, and I agree with you guys. Thank you so much.
You also wish to speak again at the end? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Blessings and salutation upon to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Respected Mayor and Council, and all of the attendees for today's meeting. Ideology and country, 2 different things. If we allow ideology in our community, in our city, then lot of ideologies are coming to you. And they are trying to get their approval for so many things. Some of the ideologies are good, some of them are very bad. The ideology everybody is talking about that no religious support on behalf of them. There is nothing, none of the religion support them. I received so many calls. Even the friendly church people, they contacted me. They are arranging a rally against of them. There's some people is here maybe today. They said they're going to come here. But we respect all of the human beings. But the natural thing is very important for our community. Allah created us, men and women, which is natural. And the beginning of the creation to the end of the world, people will practice that and people will gain the benefit out of that. That's why our city officials, you made good decision. I appreciated you. And the second thing, before if this city council is now, people say Muslim, Islam, like this. Before I live this city like 25 years, and we faced so many problems with other religion council members and the mayors. Then we did not hated them and called them like you are the racist and we did not criticize their religion. We respected them. Now we need to respect our council members and the mayor, they are representing our community, our city. They are not representing the religion of Islam. No, they are Muslim. This is true, but they are representing the community, the city of Hamtramck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe it's Tasmar.
Tasmar.
Tasmar. Tasmar. Tasmar.
Tasmar.
Jilan Jaffrey.
Elon Jeffrey.
Do you also want to speak at the end? Or is this what you're talking? Okay, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We, the youth of Hamtramck, stand against flying the LGBTQ flag in the city property. I call on all the city council members that represent us to protect us and protect our values. I just want to point out a few stats. Based on CDC, the LGBTQ males account for 82% of all HIV diagnoses. 82% of all the males, among the males with the HIV diagnosis. And many more stats that will make us, they will make us rethink about the propaganda we're trying to normalize among our community. If the LGBTQ members want to deal with these issues of their own, I think it should be kept to them. And we as a youth do not want to associate with anything. We as a youth do not want to associate with anything that has been proven to be immoral, even scientific. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Lisa Eunice.
Lisa Eunice.
Or it's either Eunice or Lisa Youngs. Lisa Youngs. No Lisa Young? Okay. Lisa Youngs. Youngs? Oh, there's.
Ron?
3 minutes, Lisa.
My name is Lisa Youngs, and I'm a resident and service worker and a social worker living in the city of Hamtramck. Inclusivity and acceptance is something that LGBTQ folks have always fought for. LGBTQ folks, especially gay and trans folks of color, have been at the forefront of our social movements. Social movements which benefit all people and the safety of all people across the country. Queer communities, especially trans folks, are under attack legislatively. And for Hamtramck to attempt to equate the LGBTQ pride flag with hate symbols when it is a symbol of progress and love is now a local attack on our community, and it is in lockstep with the conservative, white, nationalist extremists in our country. Today I ask, what is it that is so threatening about a community of self-expression, love, and inclusivity? Why is it that a symbol of overwhelming acceptance is being treated as a hate symbol? To me, the answer is fear. Fear of the most loving, accepting folks. Fear of our neighbors because of difference. Where else does the need to repress a message and symbol of love come from? We are a city of many different communities, and now we should resist the urge to other each other and let a spirit of love and acceptance guide this moment instead of hate and fear. Please say no to Resolution 2023-82. Thank you.
Whitney Greer.
Whitney Greer.
I'd just like to say thank you for just the time to speak today. I appreciate it. I'll try to be quick. I'm sorry, it's hot. So I've heard many speakers tonight, each distinctly contrasting in either support or opposition of this ordinance. And I would just like to use my time here tonight to simply ask everyone to consider what it takes for a melting pot society to effectively coexist. And I personally believe that neutrality is crucial for that. I believe that's the foundation that genuine and lasting equality is built upon. Nowhere in this legislature is it even implied that LGBTQIA+ would be attacked or not tolerated. And I feel that there's a lot of misinformation and not proper education in the hall, conversations I had. Many people here don't even understand the details of this law. I wish we would just as a whole consider a more moderate approach. I feel like neutrality is what allows us all to exist and peacefully. And I guess that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones. Hamyar, you're next.
Hamyar, you're next.
Hello, my name is Hannah Jones. I am here to speak on the flag issue, as many people are. I would like to take it back to Russ Gordon. He spoke earlier. His initial plan with these flags, and that he shared with me, we are neighbors, is that he wants children, immigrant children, to look up at these flags and see a piece of home, see something that feels familiar. And I feel the same type of way about the LGBTQ community looking at these flags. You know, they need to see a piece of home here. And this flag to me shows me that I am in a place that I am safe and that I am welcome and that my fiance is safe and that she is welcome. And that so many people who visit for the arts and who live here are safe and welcome. And if you remove this flag, you are removing their feeling of safety and the way that they feel welcomed in this community. So I urge you to please let us fly our flag, just like all the other countries, or not other countries, but just like all the other flags get to be flown. And I think that it's really important that people see a piece of themselves on city property and around the city in general. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hamyar? Hamyar?
Hamyar?
And then, yeah, Hamyar, you're next. And then I have Ahmed Al-Salami next.
Ahmed Al-Salami is next.
Yeah, Hamyar, you're now.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, my name is Hamir Al-Jamali. I'm a Hamtramck resident and a member of the Human Relations Commission. The reason I stepped up to talk today was to say that I don't support the raising of the LGBTQ flag or any other flag that's not an international flag. That's on city property and the city flags, the flag poles that are on Joseph Campbell. The resolution that was passed in 2013 clearly states that no other flag other than an international flag shall be raised. And that's including LGBT flag, LGBTQ flag, or if I want to raise the Islamic flag or any other flag. So today is just to kind of confirm what was already voted in 2013. So there should not be any discussion on this. But even if we are discussing it, it's very clear. It's already a law, and we're just confirming that law into order again. It never went out of order, or never went out of, I don't know how you would say it, but it never stopped being enforced, or maybe it wasn't enforced, but it should have been enforced. And I think it was a year ago when they raised their flag, the LGBTQ group, it should have been enforced then. And today we're just kind of confirming what will be enforced in the future, so that it's just clear to everyone. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think whether you support the LGBTQ group or not, it doesn't matter at all. What we're discussing is the legality of any group's flags being flown. And from my understanding, it's just to basically confirm what happened in 2013 and just to make it more clear to everyone. And I think that one other thing that we should be doing is making it more accessible to anyone. Because I was trying to look up the resolution in 2013. I honestly could not find it until I had to ask the mayor, and I think he asked Max for it. So I think that we should be making it more clear after, to look it up, or if there should be maybe there might be a system I don't know about, but I think there should be a system to make it more clear to citizens to find any resolution, that agenda minutes and all this, it should be more accessible to citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Ahmed? Or no, are you leaving?
No.
Ahmed Al-Salami?
Ahmed Al-Salami. Ahmed Al-Salami.
No?
Next.
Hamid Ali?
Hamid Ali. Hamid Ali. Hamid.
No, Hamid? Rezek Al-Gahim?
Rezek Al-Gahim. Rezek Al-Gahim.
Abdu. No, not Abdulam. Abdu M.
Abdu Mary.
No. What about Abdu Al-Yafi? Abdu Al-Yafi. Which one?
No.
Oh, okay.
The M is missing.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نحن لا نريد الفئة المتحولين في المنطقة بسبب أنهم سوف يجيبون يعني يتضرر منهم أولادنا وأطفالنا. وشكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you saying he doesn't want people around his kids because they will be influenced by them?
Okay. I have Mohammed, I think it's Atwan or Atwar. Atwan?
Muhammad Atwan.
Muhammad Atwan?
Muhammad Atwan or Ataway, whatever. Atwan.
Nothing? Forrest Hughes.
Forrest Gump. Forrest
Hughes. Yeah? 3 minutes, Forrest.
Hello, my name is Forrest Hughes. I am a very proud queer citizen and resident of Hamtramck. First, I want to say to everyone that's here tonight, happy Pride. It's Pride Month, it's June, which means that, please don't laugh, sir. That means that I should be at home or at a party celebrating with my queer friends and queer family, and instead I'm here trying to stave off discriminatory attacks against my community. And that's horrible, because I look forward to June all year, because it's a time where I get to feel celebrated and safe, and instead I have to deal with this, which sucks. This resolution is a bold move to disempower me and my fellow queer citizens of this city, and I'm here to speak out against it and speak out against the people who support it. First, I want you all to understand that removing flags from the city property will not diminish the queer population of this city. We're here, we're everywhere, we're living beautiful, joyous, fantastic lives, and you can't make us go away. Removing the symbols that celebrate our existence and pride will only serve to harm our community, especially our youth who are very vulnerable, and to make Hamtramck a less safe place for us, and potentially embolden people in this city to contribute to the rising statistics of violence against our community. If this is your desire through this resolution, shame on you. And if you are ignorant to this reality and this impact of this resolution, shame on you. Speaking of statistics, your resolution has this funny thing. It states that through the country's flags that are on Joseph Campo, each group, quote unquote, is already represented. Let me tell you that of the countries whose flags are flown, at least 4 of those countries criminalize queerness in various forms through prison or physical punishment. How can you say that those flags sufficiently represent queer citizens of Hamtramck from those countries? In this country, America, whose flag you say sufficiently represents me, a member of the LGBTQ community is 3 times more likely to attempt suicide. How can you say that that flag represents me? You can pretend that this resolution is meant to protect diversity, but you know very well that all it will do is to encourage discrimination against the LGBTQ community. And I have 2 last things to say. 1, I'm here, I'm a voting citizen, and I have a lot of friends. If you pass this resolution in order to harm my community, I will do everything in my power to make sure that none of you is ever reelected in this city. And secondly, if this resolution passes and it means that queer pride flags can't be flown on public property, on private property, I will start a fund and fundraise from my friends all over this country to buy as many queer flags as I can and put them on every bit of private property that exists in the city that someone will let me. You can't make us go away. You can't eliminate queerness by eliminating this flag. It will only hurt us. Please don't do this. But either way, there will be pride flags all over this city, one way or another, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, I think it's Manila. Hannah Manila.
Hannah Manila?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got it.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Manella. I lived in Hamtramck a couple years ago, and I had to leave because of housing issues, but I came back because it is, as you all know, one of the most incredible places on this earth. Historically, Hamtramck is and has been a safe haven for immigrants. You all know this. It is one of the only places in the country where displaced folks are not only welcome, but are able to celebrate their cultures and identities. That's what we all love about it. Council members, there is another community that is desperately seeking asylum. Queer and trans people are at extremely high risk for homelessness, murder, suicide, and mental health struggles. 82% of transgender folks considered suicide in 2022, and unfortunately 40% of those people attempted their life. Whether you believe that gender nonconforming people are valid, I know that you believe in the sanctity of life. LGBTQ young people are 120% more likely to experience being unhoused. Whether you believe being queer is valid, I know you believe everyone deserves a home. You do not have to agree with your neighbor to love and respect them. Bengali, Polish, Pakistani, Yemeni, Ukrainian, white, black, and LGBTQ folks can and have all thrived here for years. This city has never been neutral. It is loving, vibrant, unique, and that is what the pride flag represents. Hamtramck has gone down in history books for its diversity and acceptance. So say no to Resolution 2023-82 and let that legacy continue. Thank you.
Christina Constance?
Christina Sanquez?
She's right here.
Sanquez
Cristina.
Hola.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry, did not know the rules. I just wanna see everyone.
Nope, you gotta talk.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I've never, I apologize, tell me the rules, what can I,
Just face us and
Count
stop.
3 minutes. Count
what,
3
where
minutes.
I can just talk?
If you wanna not talk and stay standing there, you're more than welcome, but you stay behind the podium and address the council.
Okay, I gotta address the
Yes.
counselor. All these people here, is this who I'm talking to? And the people behind me get to just see the back of my head. That sounds great. I was 17 years old and I was working in Royal Oak, Michigan. And I came here the first time and I stopped at the mobile gas station. I was a little scared when I came into town. And I realized, wow, oh my, what a beautiful place. So I decided I was gonna move here. And then I decided I was gonna stay here. And then, no work, exit. Work, arrived back 2008 with a dream, not only for Hamtramck, but for the state of Michigan, for the film incentive, a new beginning, and I said anywhere but Hamtramck. Anywhere but Hamtramck I'll buy property. And guess where I ended up? Right on the main drag, right at the traffic light, right dead center, on accident. 1 minute, 15 years later have gone by. You can find me tonight on, maybe they'll air me, maybe they won't.
This way, please.
Please look at the.
God, I'm so, Allah. I know, I'm so sorry. My apologies, I should be taking off my hat, respect. I respect you, you respect me. I eat at your restaurants, we walk the same streets, 30 seconds. Should I put it up for sale? When I came here in 2008, there was a pamphlet on my thing that said, if you're gay, we can't rent to you. So I decided I will buy, and I will rent, and I will house. And I'll open up my house for free for any flag that stands for freedom, love, and compassion. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Frank Noel?
Frank Noel?
Frank Noel.
I can
Yes.
begin? All right. So, in relation to the resolution on flying pride flags or flags in general, the question to be answered on the resolution of flying pride flags is that of neutrality and diversity. But the higher question here is that of rights, of human rights and identity, of liberty itself. What is the pride flag but a symbol of a given human community, a community faced every day with countless discriminations and attacks? Unlike with other flags, this is not some kind of banner of the limiting and hatred of peoples and their full flowering and multiplicity. It is in fact the symbol of liberation and of many ways, and of the many ways human beings can be. We are speaking here on the rights of people to exist and to be proud of their existence, which when denied a symbol of themselves within government is their erasure and merely a small step on to the way of their genocide. A genocide we see being attempted all across the country. We see an example of this overseas in the banning of flying Palestinian flags in the false state of Israel. Who would deny that who here would deny that the banning of flying a flag of your people isn't but a part of the continued attempt at erasing and destroying said Palestinian community and identity? So too now here with the queer community. We have the choice here of standing with human liberty and rights, of flying proudly a flag of our people, or choosing to instead, in some false excuse of neutrality, hide and kowtow to those forces that seek the destruction of our fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that's all for in-person public comments.
All right.
I'm going to start reading emails.
All right.
First one,
Now we want to get through the.
please everyone. Thank you. Council members, my name is Adam, and on April 10th, I started working in the DPW for Hamtramck. I have never fallen in love with a job in a city like I have for Hamtramck. I would like to thank all of the council members, Max and John DeAngelis, for making the city such a great place to work, and commend you all for striving to improve and make this a great city, make this great city flourish. Adam Van Toyle, is that how you pronounce it? Van Toyle? This is per Espera. If you think flying a pride flag is special treatment, then you do not deserve a position in public office. You are either cowards bowing to fascist intimidation, or you're bigots who wish to push the LGBT community back into silence and shame. I hope that some of you have the spine to do what's right for marginalized groups of people who are currently under attack by far-right maniacs that paint us as dangerous sex criminals. How far are you willing to let them go? I have Jacob and Allison Frizzle. They sent the exact same emails. I believe they're husband and wife, so I'll just read one of them. I want to voice my vehement opposition to Resolution 2382. The pride flag represents love, acceptance, and inclusion. These are cornerstone ideals to have any community as diverse as Hamtramck, and the ones we should celebrate, not hide. Allowing the pride flag to fly does not open the doors to hateful, extremist, racist, or homophobic flags. Rather, it is a message that all people are welcome and valued in this community, and that those types of exclusionary principles are not represented by city leadership. I beg that you vote against a resolution that would aim to silence the progress made by a long-targeted and marginalized group. The majority of Hamtramck citizens know what it's like to be part of such groups and the damage that is done by acts like these. Thank you for your consideration. Andy Hunt, the only flags that need to be banned are the Confederate flag and the Nazi flag. The meaning of the pride flag is the exact opposite of the previous mention. What the hell are you all thinking? Soren Hodder, good evening. I hope this email finds you all well. I'm writing with great concerns regarding the supposed inability to recognize the difference between flying the flag of a radical or racist organization and flying flags that show solidarity and respect for groups and parts of the diverse city of Hamtramck. This idea that the city of Hamtramck has to remove all flags from public buildings that are not the American flag, national flags, POW flags, or the flag of the city of Hamtramck is not conducted to the indicated aim of both neutrality and city unity. It is easy for there to be a process called where flying a flag is approved by the appropriate boards and committees, while also maintaining good order and neutrality when it comes to diverse and racist entities that ask for their flag to be flown. Resolution 2382 says that the people of various religious groups, ethnicities, and sexual orientation groups are represented by the flag of their nation. I don't think that we can logically agree that this is true. There are 417 anti-LGBT+ pieces of state legislation that are being considered at this moment in this country. You are twice as likely to be murdered by the police if you are black than if you are white in this country. Where is the representation of ethnicity and of sexual orientation in the American flag? Flying a flag for a specific group is much more than just putting the flag up and singling it out. That group of people, it is singling out that group of people. It is about highlighting that the group of people are supported and loved by their government. It is about visibility. It is about much more than just the flag flying. It is about the 38 people who were murdered last year for not conforming to their assigned gender at birth. It is about the unity and recognition of uplifting those voices. Choosing to not fly a flag due to the fear of a slippery slope towards radical and racist groups asking for their flags to be flown is not the answer in the face of bigotry and state-sanctioned violence across the world. The opportunity exists here to ensure that Hamtramck remains a welcoming and open place for people of all ethnicities, of all sexual orientations, of all religions. Choosing to avoid the opportunity to say no to racist groups is detrimental to the unity and good order of the city of Hamtramck. Thank you for reading. Catherine Fasco. My name is Catherine Fasco, and I regularly participate in activities, classes, and contribute economically, at least on a weekly, often more basis to the Hamtramck economy. I'm extremely disturbed by hearing of the resolution that will be up for discussion pertaining to the banning of LGBTQ+ pride flags. As a member of the LGBTQ community and a frequent patron of the city of Hamtramck and its businesses, I am horrified, offended, and extremely angered by this. Every human deserves to feel safe, not only where they live, but everywhere they go. How many of your residents do you wish to see targeted by the anti-LGBTQ+ bigotry? How many hate crimes do you want to encourage? Because this is exactly what you are doing with this. This is absolutely infringing on your residents' First Amendment rights, on top of discriminating against an already targeted community. Stop persecuting the LGBTQ+ community under the guise of inclusion. You aren't fooling anyone. Sincerely, Catherine Fasco. Sean Bazink. Hi there, I have been a Hamtramck resident for over half a decade now, and I have loved living in such a diverse and welcoming community. By banning this flag, you spit on the very idea of tolerance and acceptance. I'm going to keep this short because I think if you are small-minded enough to enact this change, you aren't going to be willing to listen to any reason anyway. Just know that people like me see through your bigotry, and I'll encourage whoever I can to vote you out on the next election.
Let us know when you want to take a break.
I will. Oh, definitely, I'll let you know. Sage Sherlock. Hello, I think it would be horrible not only for our immediate community, but also for the national eye of the wonderful city of Hamtramck to ban the pride flag. That's backwards. Y'all don't want to do that. Do you know how many lawsuits you would have on your hands? Also, it would really send a message that the city is not a safe place for queer people. Don't go down the bigoted road. You're better than that. This is from Jen Cecile, to whom it may concern. I'm writing this email to share my perspective on Resolution 2382. As a frequent international visitor of your city, Hamtramck, I'm from a small town in Ontario, Canada. It was over a year ago that I was first introduced to Hamtramck. Friends brought me to a soccer match at Keyworth Stadium, and I'll be honest, I knew nothing about soccer at the time. Yet I immediately felt a new world open up to me, and it wasn't the sport that drew me in, it was the community, your community. Since then, I've made dozens of trips to Hamtramck, and this year I even purchased season tickets to DCFC for both me and my best friend. We like to meet up with our other friends at Folding Warehouse before DCFC matches, shop at the merch tents, and enjoy food from one of the many food trucks at Keyworth Stadium. Sometimes we find somewhere nearby, like the Painted Lady Lounge, to grab a drink or a bite to eat with friends after. What made this community so special to me was feeling safe. What told me I was safe was seeing pride flags, like the ones in Keyworth Stadium or Zussman Park. It let me know that I was sharing space with people who were ready and willing to see me, include me, and stand up for me in the face of hatred or opposition. For the first time in my life, I could stand in a crowd and not hide. I could meet new people and make friends as my true self, a queer, asexual woman who just wants to love and be loved, the same as everybody else. Cities all over the U.S. have pride flags hanging on street poles in parks, schools, and other publicly owned properties, and that attracts visitors like me and my friends. It makes me feel safe to visit. It tells me the majority of the individuals voting on matters such as this have the courage and willingness to stand against the exclusionary and hateful vitriol that homophobia and transphobia are comprised of, and often lends itself to other issues like racism, sexism, xenophobia. Seeing pride flags on publicly owned spaces makes me want to celebrate those cities as safe, inclusionary, and welcoming to people from all walks of life. Hamtramck happens to be the one I visit and celebrate most frequently on an almost weekly basis. Hamtramck's acceptance and inclusionary standards are and have been very much so a part of our international character, and I ask that you vote accordingly. Please vote against the resolution, vote against what it stands for, and the harmful message it will send to your residents and your visitors. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, this is a quote, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Thank you, Jen C. Norm Rothwell. While I am not currently a resident of your fair city, it is an area I'm strongly considering buying a house in over the next couple years. I spend a lot of time in Hamtramck right now, mainly attending DCFC matches. Like you say in your statement regarding this resolution, Hamtramck is a city that seeks to embrace diversity, that includes people from all walks of life. As a queer person myself, I can assure you that this is the way I was born. I spent a lot of time dealing with family and friends who told me that being queer is not okay, that it's a sin against God. This does not make me any less queer. Being queer is not a choice. It is how I was born. Seeing pride flags flown in our city tells me that this is a place I can feel welcome and safe in. To ban pride flag would do exactly the opposite of what you claim to do in seeking out diversity and inclusion in our city. And if it is indeed symbols of hate that you are worried about flooding your city, focus on removing symbols that represent the hate and not the symbols that represent love and inclusion. You do not fight hate by denouncing love. It is only through embracing love and understanding that you can eradicate hate. So I ask you to embrace said love so that people like myself can continue to feel welcomed in your city and you can further add that to your diversity. Thank you, Norman Roswell. Dustin Bowie. I would like to submit public comment in regards to Hamtramck not wanting to open the doors for radical racist groups asking to fly their flags by denying the ability to fly the pride flag implies that the city believes that the LGBTQ plus community is on the same level as the radical or racist groups. The city seems to want the authority to deny specific flags, and if it were to exercise that power, I believe it should do so on ones that stem from hatred and prejudice instead of inclusiveness and diversity. Denying the pride flag, a flag of love and inclusiveness, would set an uninviting tone across the city. Please don't shrink the duty of handling radical and racist groups by throwing a handle-all blanket over every group. It is the entire community's job to oust hatred, and create a welcoming environment. Will Shulak. I am a regular patron of Hamtramck businesses and establishments, and this new resolution is absolutely sickening. It's very obvious that this new law stems out of homophobia and hatred. I sincerely hope that you know how many people you will negatively impact by your blind hatred and bigotry. Best, Will Shulak. Anton Filyayev. I recently saw that there was a resolution trying to ban the pride flags from public places in Hamtramck. Please don't ban the pride flag from public places. It really makes the city a beacon for diverse thought and helping art thrive here. I moved here 5 years ago in 2018 because I'm a musician and producer who played often here in Hamtramck, and since 2019 I have owned a house on Klinger. I love the diversity and artist community that lived here and has always been a staple of Hamtramck. I am a proud first-generation Ukrainian immigrant as well as being bisexual, therefore a member of the LGBT community. Hamtramck has always had a rich artist community, which often includes many members of the LGBT community. This art brings a lot of revenue and patrons for the city who inhabit our venues, bars, galleries, restaurants, and shops. I chose to make Hamtramck my home for the last 5 years, and I feel at home when I see the pride flags along Joseph Campbell Street. And proud to be a part of this place. Again, please don't ban these flags from our public space. It would be a huge disservice to the people who bring a lot of revenue and culture to the city we call home. Justin Vieira, that you are passing this resolution in the middle of Pride Month when LGBTQIA+ flags are overwhelmingly flown. and in which the Hamtramck Council has declined to and resisted officially flying any pride flags or making any statement of support speaks volumes. The community will see this for what it is, a coward display and a refusal to stand in support of those in our community who are most vulnerable, especially in these times. The council is choosing to tolerate and in effect help cultivate abject intolerance of LGBTQ individuals, and as Karl Popper has taught us, this is a deplorable action. Jason Portier, word it any way you want, the anti-pride flag resolution is repressive, period. Homophobic, bigoted, outdated, disgraceful. Ashley Hughes, please do not make it illegal to fly pride flags on public property. This resolution is absolutely the cowardly thing to do. All it does is suppress the voice of the LGBT plus community, a group of people that is already under attack from so many other places. Don't be another area of suppression and hate. I implore you to think about your own identities and what it would feel like for you if you were in the shoes of the LGBT plus community. Don't be in the wrong side of history. Don't support the hate. Stand up to the hate. Stand up to the bullies. Be brave. Thanks. Greg Tilley, I'm not going to address you with respectful title because you and your local authoritative community have felt the need to diminish others with your ideologies. I've long been a prominent and champion of the Middle Eastern community, proponent and champion of the Middle Eastern community in the Detroit area. My wife's family is Lebanese and now so are my children. I've been exposed to many great things as a result of different cultures coming together with mutual respect. So why, I ask myself, would your local government look to destroy that mutual respect? Make no mistake, you're afforded respect in this country only when you give it. Your community has been given a great deal of respect locally. Don't make the mistake of thinking people will tolerate a collective intolerance based on some disgusting religious basis. It's a lack of respect in most cases. In this case, however, it is most incredibly ignorant and 100% stupid. It ruins years of assimilation and creates a divide. I choose to invest a little of my time and money every year attending soccer games and patronizing other local companies in Hamtramck. I can tell you that those days will be done for me if you choose to ban the pride flag, and I'll push to have DCFC leave your town and everything they brought to the neighborhood. Make the right decision, prove you can do it right by everyone, not just the loudest religious zealot. Justin Carver, I have been a resident of Hamtramck for nearly 10 years. One of the reasons I choose to live here, as well as raise my daughter here, is because I value the city's vibrance, diversity, and representations of what America is. A melting pot of cultures, creeds, colors, and beliefs. We should embrace freedom of expression so long as it is not hateful and ostracizing. I am very ashamed to see the city I love trying to shut out pride flags due to fear of offending people. I sincerely hope the city reconsiders this ban, acknowledges the diversity of the city they represent. I take issue, this is from Joseph Straska. I take issue with the proposed resolution regarding the flying of the flags flown on public property and encourage you to vote no. I take issue with the statement each religious, ethnic, racial, political, or sexual orientation group is already represented by the country it belongs to. This statement is confusing as it is unclear what is meant by represented by the country it belongs to. This is made even more complicated by the addition of the verbiage, nation's flags that represent the international character of our city. Is the intent of the council to limit flags to the 193 countries that are member states of the United Nations, or does it also include the 2 non-member observer states of the Holy See and the state of Palestine? As the U.S. doesn't recognize the state of Palestine, would the council support the flying of the Palestinian flag contrary to the U.S. foreign policy? Then there's the issue of Taiwan. Taiwan is not recognized as a nation, however, it does have a flag. Does the council believe that the People's Republic of China adequately represents the people of Taiwan, or should the Taiwanese flag be allowed to be flown? If the intent of the council is to allow a Palestinian or Taiwanese flag to be flown, what is the position of other so-called nations not recognized by the U.S., such as Somaliland, Transnistria, Abkhazia? I'm not going to waste time trying to pronounce these. The second and perhaps more concerning issue is the idea that these groups are represented by the country they belong to. The United States is a leader in promoting the rights of LGBTQ plus people around the world. This is because many countries criminalize homosexual behavior. A list of those countries can be found here. He included a link. In fact, homosexual behavior in 13 of those countries can be punished by death, including Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iran, and Somalia. The execution of homosexuals is a real issue as demonstrated by the estimated over 7,000 people executed in Iran who were suspect of being homosexual, as well as reports of suspected homosexuals thrown off of rooftops to their deaths in Syria. Given these facts, I do not think that homosexual minorities are adequately represented in the countries they belong to, nor do I think the council does either. I understand that flying flags representing minority groups can lead to uncomfortable conversations for everyone involved. Given the treatment of minority groups around the world, particular sexual minorities who are subject to execution, perhaps these uncomfortable conversations need to be had, and the flying of flags representing those groups will facilitate those conversations. I would like to end by stating Hamtramck is a great community and has always welcomed the disenfranchised. This live and let live attitude is one of the reasons Hamtramck survives today while the surrounding communities have struggled. Resolutions of this nature regarding the flying of public flags do nothing to advance the issues that really matter to residents, such as crime, speeding, litter, and roads. Those issues will only be solved by residents working together, not by pitting groups against each other, by poorly wording resolutions regarding the flying of flags. I strongly encourage the council to reject this resolution and concentrate on issues that matter most to us residents. Sincerely, Joseph. Hi, my name is Ahmed Ali, living on Home Street. First, an important note, I would also like to inform you that many of the email comments that you get and read from the emails are from those living outside of the city. We saw a few campaigns from the opposition to get their allies to send comments when they don't even live here. I'm writing this to inform my support for Resolution 2382 to maintain and conform the neutrality of the city of Hamtramck towards its residents. I would like to thank Councilman Hassan, the rest of the council members, and the mayor in getting this done. The city should not be in position to pick sides and flags besides the U.S., state, city, country flags on government property. Please listen to the people who actually show up to the meetings and are part of the community, not those who live outside of it. Thank you. Kelsey Dravinsky, I'm writing to submit my opinion on the resolution that will be voted on tonight to maintain the neutrality and confirm the neutrality of the city of Hamtramck towards its residents. As a resident and voter, I oppose the resolution. I presume the resolution will prevent the city from flying the pride flag at City Hall. I understand the language of the resolution aims to prevent radical or racist flags to be flown, but the city ultimately has the choice in the matter, and this isn't the case of a slippery slope situation. The pride flag is more than just a flag for the LGBT community. It's a symbol that the city welcomes, and it is a place of safety for all people. By removing the flag, the city is making a choice against that representation. Thank you. Kira Thomas, I live on Norwalk Street and I do not agree with banning the pride flag, especially during the month of Pride. All should be accepted everywhere and always. Alex Meyer, I am Alex. My family is Polish American and has lived in Detroit and Hamtramck since the 1930s. Hamtramck has always been an oasis of multiculturalism in the metro area. This resolution is a threat to the multiculturalism that makes Hamtramck a role model for other cities across the nation. LGBTQ people not only are part of every immigrant and ethnic community, but offer distinct cultural contributions to our communities as well, particularly in the arts, health, field, and education. This resolution is divisive at a time when our communities are under real threats like austerity, budgeting, gun violence, and a cost of living crisis. It does not demonstrate respect for the inherent dignity of all people. It objectifies LGBTQ people and pretends that a rainbow flag stands only for sex when it is a symbol of cultural resilience, resistance to the state violence, and a recognition of a community's history. Please vote no for this resolution. It is a threat to the multiculturalism and love across the borders. It makes Hamtramck a great American city. Christina Toscano, as a Hamtramck resident since 2017, I have always loved the city and celebrated its true diversity, unlike anywhere I've ever lived. Only until recently do I feel homophobia and disrespect seeping into local government. Under the guise of respecting diversity and religious differences, is respect only allowed for the citizens who hold the majority? The emboldened disrespect to the LGBT plus community who don't conform to the majority of citizens' religious beliefs is outstanding hypocrisy. Considering those same people stood alongside the religious majority to empower their beliefs not long ago. I would hate to see the city I once dearly enjoyed nationally embarrass itself in the eyes of Michigan and the United States because of its hypocritical lack of empathy and respect to the diversity it's known for. Do better for all citizens, not just the majority. Elizabeth Stapleton, I'm a Hamtramck resident and a member of the LGBTQ plus community. It is beyond offensive that the mayor and city council compared the pride flag to Nazi and white supremacists. The pride flag is a symbol of our existence in the love that we have for our community. The resolution proposal says that we will be represented by our country. However, currently in the USA, state governments are trying to oppress the transgender members of our community more than ever. The effect of these actions and the message they send has caused the murder rate of transgender people to double. The USA flag does not represent me as a queer person because a large part of the USA hates and wants to oppress my existence. It saddens me to learn that Hamtramck, my home, is a part of that group. Please do not pass this resolution as it sends a message of hate and oppression to our LGBTQ residents. George L. Kine, as a longtime Hamtramck resident, homeowner of the area, and advisory member of the city's Arts and Culture Commission, I'd like to register my opposition to the passage of Resolution 2382. While talking around what explicitly it seeks to ban, the resolution clearly aims to remove any existing signs of LGBTQ plus support on city property while suggesting that such affirmative displays are aligned with radical or racist sentiments. This could not be further from the truth, treating LGBT plus rights as a subject fit for reasonable debate itself a reactionary, regressive position, and removing flags and pride displays in private businesses and public spaces has been a project of right-wing, racist, and anti-immigrant activists throughout the past year. This move will only embolden them to demand more. This alignment of anti-LGBTQ plus with conservative forces is not a coincidence. All those who attack or erase the needs and rights of society's most valuable are taking part in the same regressive project. Not flying a flag again over City Hall is one thing, but banning such displays going forward is an entirely different matter, and one which may fly legally afoul of the state's recent amendment to ELCRA. At present, LGBT plus rights across the country are under attack, and flags on private property, even with Hamtramck, have been met with targeted acts of vandalism. LGBT plus rights are far from safe in Michigan, and with Hamtramck and within Hamtramck, and to suggest this proposition is neutral is to promulgate any absolutely flagrant falsehood. By no stretch are members of the community covered by state, national, or other flags. This variety of representation is and remains important in making our city and world more accepting, free environments. Please do not take this step to make Hamtramck a more reactionary, less tolerant, and deeply divided place. It accomplishes nothing and will result in harm to members of our community, a community made up of diverse people. Council, mayor, and city of Hamtramck are all meant, and I'd argue bound to serve. Sincerely, George. Elizabeth Allen. My name is Elizabeth Allen, and although I'm not a resident of Hamtramck, I spend a great deal of time and money on local Hamtramck businesses and events. And proposed resolution to limit flags flown on public properties is a clear and obvious violation of free speech. The resolution's assertion that it does not violate the free speech of individuals of businesses in the city is false, damaging and frankly insulting to the intelligence of the residents and participants in the community. The assertion that each religious, ethnic, racial, political, and sexual-oriented group is already represented by the country it belongs to is also demonstrably false in an era where governing entities are actively attempting to legislate marginalized groups out of existence. The increase in hate speech and anti-LGBTQ plus sentiments, both in Hamtramck and across the nation, make community organizing and solidarity vital to the continued existence of marginalized community members, many of whom are deeply involved in the betterment of Hamtramck. And flags are an important visible marker of that solidarity. Erasing the visibility of Hamtramck's queer community will only embolden those who seek to erase us from existence. Hamtramck's strength lies in its diversity of residents and community participants, as it's clear from the resolution allowance towards the international character of the city. The city of Hamtramck exists to support its constituents, and any celebration of the diversity of the city will ring hollow of its residents if its residents are reduced only to their countries of origin. Given that the mandate of the city government is to support the safety and well-being of its citizens, the government of Hamtramck would do far better to alert residents of actual impending threats, such as the recent incinerator implosion, than spending their taxpayer-funded time attempting to police their community through unconstitutional resolutions. Thank you for your time. Gordon Widener. Hamtramck's best aspect is the open arms with which it welcomes the world. Adopting this resolution would signal that our city is now against its history, only interested in supporting some of its residents instead of all, only interested in some of its visitors instead of all, and actively discouraging businesses from taking place in the city. Make no mistake, all flags are political. Whether the US flag, other nations' flags, and state flags, all of these have something to say. With the resolution as presented, you have the chance to define what the city flag also stands for. It is a commitment to accepting all of your residents and visitors and their contributions to our community. If that most American of ideals is what you wish to affirm, you cannot in good conscience support this resolution. Thank you. Mark Navarro, I'm writing today in opposition of Resolution 2382 for the City of Hamtramck, which would ban the flying of non-national flags from Hamtramck City property. The fact that the resolution is even consideration is a disgrace to the welcoming community that Hamtramck is. Hamtramck is one of the most diverse cities in Michigan, and that diversity extends beyond national origin. People from all different gender identities and sexual orientations call Hamtramck home, or find refuge and community in Hamtramck where they are accepted, loved, and cared for by residents, businesses, and organizations alike. By not allowing pride flags to fly in the city property is a direct message to those groups that the city government undermines their presence. While not a resident of Hamtramck, I spend a great deal of time, money in the city. I have seen a vast number of local businesses be accepting and welcoming to all members of the LGBTQ+ community. Even walking down the street, I see pride flags proudly displayed from homes, businesses, and other institutions. For the city government to not participate in showing love and humanity to the LGBTQ+ community would be shameful and against the rich diversity of Hamtramck. June is LGBTQ+ Pride Month, a time when members of the community are uplifted, celebrated, and honored. But this year, Pride takes on a deeper meaning, as anti-queer and anti-trans legislation is passed nationwide, sending the message to the LGBTQ+ community that they are not wanted or welcomed in certain parts of the country. By outright banning pride flags on city property, the city is sending a similar message to the LGBTQ+ community in and around Hamtramck. At a time when LGBTQ+ people fear for their lives and their safety, Hamtramck should show they are welcome in the community by actively and openly banning flying pride flags on our city property. You would be sending the opposite message. I hope the council will do the right thing and vote this resolution down. It is a disgrace to the diversity, community, and reputation of Hamtramck. At a time when queer and trans people are under attack in this country, Hamtramck should be loudly and proudly showing that members of the LGBTQ+ community are loved and welcomed in the city, be the neighbors, friends, business owners, or patrons, or anyone else looking to find a home and a community in Hamtramck. Best, Mark Navarro. Sam Griffin, I'd like to comment on the resolution to ban the flying of pride flags on public property in Hamtramck, which I find to be incredibly disheartening. The case for pride flags is made in the first line of the resolution. Quote, "The city of Hamtramck is one of the most diverse cities in the United States, in which we should proudly promote diversity," end quote. LGBTQ+ people are not only a part of the diversity, their contributions to our city are something to be proud of too. And then second quote, "Whereas each religious, ethnic, racial, political, or sexual orientation group is already represented by the country it belongs to, is patently false. According to this study, Yemen is one of the most unsafe countries for LGBTQ travelers because homosexual activity is punishable by lashes and years in jail. LGBTQ+ Yemenis are not represented by their government. Additionally, anti-LGBTQ+ legislation has been passed recently in Poland and Hungary as part of a wider anti-gay movement in Eastern Europe. Therefore, queer people from the two most prominent nationalities in Hamtramck are potentially safer here in Hamtramck than they are in the countries where their families emigrated from. Sadly, that does not mean that they are welcome here in the United States, where the Human Rights Campaign has recently released a warning and a guidebook on staying safe in the USA as a LGBTQ person. In a climate where hostility towards a group is the norm, neutrality towards that position only serves as a co-signing of the ongoing violence and oppression. Does Hamtramck wish to participate in this trend of alienating, threatening, and punishing members of the LGBTQ+ community? Or does it wish to embrace our diversity as touted in our motto, the world in 2 square miles? The world has always and always will include queer people. So let's please allow those here who wish to assert the LGBTQ+ people are welcome here to do so. This is not a radical stance. It is simply one of acceptance which fits in so well with our identity as Hamtramckans. Thank you. Sincerely, Samantha Griffin. Paul Wesbicki, I would like to have this please see below text. Esteemed members of the City Council and members of the community, I write to you today to address Resolution 2382 and advocate for an inclusive and welcoming environment for all residents of the City of Hamtramck. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the City of Hamtramck for its rich diversity. The community is a tapestry of different cultures, religions, ethnicities, and identities, and it is something we should be proud of. Embracing this diversity not only strengthens the fabric of our city, but also showcases our commitment to equity and fairness. However, I must express my concerns regarding the limitations set forth in this resolution. While I understand the intent behind this resolution, there is a clear difference between intent and the impact of this policy. I believe it is crucial to emphasize the importance of visibility and representation at the community level. Our city should be a place where everyone feels seen, valued, and heard. These qualities are what vibrant and successful communities are based upon. Aforementioned value can have a positive effect on community members' mental health throughout inclusivity and empowerment. By limiting the display of flags to only the American flag and those representing the international character of our city, we inadvertently silence the voices and experience of certain groups within our community, which research demonstrates is detrimental to mental health as well as community engagement. Frankly, people do not want to contribute or be seen in places where they are silenced and feel discriminated against. We must remember that visibility matters. For many individuals, especially from those marginalized communities, seeing symbols that represent their identity can be incredibly empowering. It sends a message of acceptance and inclusion, fostering a sense of belonging and pride. By allowing flags that represent various religious, ethnic, racial, political, and sexual orientation groups to be flown in our public properties, we demonstrate our commitment to embracing the diverse identity of our residents. Furthermore, this resolution should not be seen as opening the door for radical or racist groups. We can establish clear guidelines and criteria for the flags that can be displayed, ensuring that they align with our community values of inclusivity, respect, and non-discrimination. By actively engaging with our residents and seeking their input, we can create a framework that celebrates diversity while guarding against any potential misuse of this privilege. While it may be uncomfortable for some residents to view a pride flag, silencing voices of marginalized and oppressed communities is detrimental and fundamentally unsafe. There is a course of separation between church and state that, along with the recent amendment to the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act agreement, guarantee many minority people population rights in Michigan. While this resolution does not perhaps violate the letter of the law, it certainly impedes on the spirit of it. Let us be a city that takes a stand for equity, not just in words through our actions. Equality by itself does not alone produce progress. It is each according to their need, and in time of history where LGBT members are being actively oppressed and need for visibility and paramount. By allowing the display of flags representing different religious, ethnic, racial, political, and sexual orientation groups, we send a powerful message of unity and support. A couple sentences I can't read, you read, 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Drink some water.
By allowing the display of flags representing different religious, ethnic, racial, political, and sexual orientation groups, we send powerful message of unity, support. We become a city where all individuals, regardless of their background, can feel proud of their identity and confident in their place within our community. Together, let us choose a path that celebrates the beauty of diversity, promotes visibility, and prioritizes representation at a community level. By doing so, we create a city that is not only welcoming, but also serves as a shining example of progress and exclusivity. Tammy Bork. It is with deep feelings that I comment on grown adults' behaviors, people serving in positions of power in your neighborhood hub. I stress the word serve. As a business owner in Detroit, I'm embarrassed of such terrifying politics and policy making with glaring signs of Hitler-era thinking and acting. It changes my view on doing business in Hamtramck, where the patron of your local businesses. This radical decision affects absolutely everyone's family, everyone's friends, everyone's colleagues, everyone. Tammy Ford. Dr. Vatas Malash, I think that's how you pronounce it, I apologize. I'm writing out of concern regarding a recent Hamtramck City resolution seeking to ban the flying of a pride flag of international display. Up front, I will acknowledge that I am not a resident of the city of Hamtramck. I am a Michigan native living in Florida who regularly visits vacations in the Detroit area. Hamtramck is a must-visit destination for me for excellent culture and nightlife. I am an ardent DCFC supporter, and my match day experience always involves a leisurely day spent visiting Hamtramck business and spending time with the city's residents. To put it simply, Hamtramck is one of my favorite places on earth, but it is one of my favorite places because it is a spirit of openness and inclusion. I've heard the argument that allowing the pride flag will somehow open the floodgates for all sorts of other flags to be flown. I would quote that this is where the city can take a stand, to embrace the paradox of tolerance, let love win the day, and to make clear that banners celebrating love, inclusion, equity, and diversity will all be allowed, while those imposing espousing contrary values, hate, oppression, and inclusion will be banned. The opportunity to demonstrate that Hamtramck is a city full of love, a city so full of love that it has no room for hate. I ask that you please allow the pride flag to be flown without restrictions to let those most in need of welcome know that they have a home in Hamtramck. Thank you. Elizabeth Sarah. I am an active member of the Planet Ant community and frequent Hamtramck on a regular basis. I love the diversity and welcoming nature of Hamtramck. Banning the pride flag would be a colossal mistake, going against the very nature of what the city stands for: acceptance, diversity, community. It would send a message to both Hamtramck residents and visitors that discrimination is praised when really it should be reprimanded. What do you want Hamtramck to stand for? Veronica Sawyer, I am writing to express my opinion on Resolution 2382. The city should allow the pride flag to be flown on public property. Firstly, with the passing of the resolution, the city would be opening itself up to potential First Amendment violations and thus challenges to said resolution. I highly doubt that the city of Hamtramck, its residents, or its businesses want the negative publicity and costs associated with that potential controversy. But more importantly, I think that banning the flag would be very hypocritical on the part of Hamtramck, not to mention that it sends a decidedly non-inclusive message to a significant number of the city's residents and frequent visitors. If Hamtramck truly values its diversity, then permitting the display of pride flags on public property is a no-brainer. On the other hand, if the city and its loudest voices are truly committed to banning the flag display, then no reasonable person will consider Hamtramck a truly inclusive city. This issue is personal to me. Although I'm not a resident of Hamtramck, I do visit the city frequently, approximately once a week. In the past, I have worked in the city, but if Hamtramck decides to ban the pride flag, I'm going to reconsider those visits. The money I spend in the city and the good words for Hamtramck regularly expressed. I would hate to think I've been misled all these years by empty rhetoric about the city's commitment to diversity. Thank you for your time and attention. Veronica Sawyer. Jackson Boyd, as a resident of Hamtramck, I'm emailing to let you know that I wholeheartedly disagree with the banning of the pride flag on city property. It goes against the ethos of what Hamtramck stands for. Everyone is welcome, no matter where you come from or what your background is. Thank you for your time, Jackson Boyd. Sean Van, please find attached a letter humbly submitting in regards to, I think he had a letter. I'll look it up. I don't know if there's an attachment to that email.
How many left?
Can you put it in maybe?
Valerie Stevens.
How many more? How many more?
She's halfway done.
She's getting tired too.
Yeah.
I think I've gone through a lot of them though.
Yeah.
I'm okay for now. I'm okay for now.
Well, can we take the
Who's saying that's enough?
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Huh? Everybody's saying if it was your comment, you wouldn't say it was enough.
No.
We're gonna take 5 minutes.
5 minute break? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a recess.
5 minutes break.
5 minutes recess.
Don't allow to move around that.
Eleanor? Yeah, we called you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you in. I'll let you in.
Take a seat next to my car. Just a commercial contract. They're trying to set we can send our inspectors over there to keep it in perspective for sure. I would prefer they can't save seats. They're trying really hard to keep us out of there. The way it is, these pipes make so much noise.
If you leave it like that, first time.
Why you did not bring any food?
Because I knew Councilman Khalil was bringing chocolates.
Yes. Chocolate, dates.
Where's
How about
mine?
dates?
Where are mine?
How about dates?
Oh, about dates?
Okay,
Does
anyway,
the
we
wife
have to
know?
finish that.
Dates, fruits.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah, we can resume.
ready?
Yes.
Yes, I am
All
good.
right, let's get the microphone on. Turn your microphone on.
This is from Sean Mann. Detroit City Football Club has had the honor and privilege of being a part of Hamtramck since 2015, when we announced our campaign to save and rehab historic Keyworth Stadium. We've been proud to host our matches in Hamtramck over the years because it's a city that lives our values as a tight-knit community that is diverse, welcoming, historic, authentic, dense, and small businesses oriented. We consider it an honor to showcase Hamtramck to the Southeast Michigan region, the entire nation, and the broader world. In 2022 alone, we brought over 120,000 visitors to Hamtramck, and another 1 million fans across our regional and national broadcasts watch games from Keyworth from the comfort of their homes. Celebrating diversity and being welcoming is core to our organization's values and are increasingly recognized as crucial characteristics of a thriving economy. Leading business organizations like the Detroit Regional Chamber of Commerce and business leaders from Michigan recognize and openly advocate that being a welcoming, inclusive place for immigrants and LGBTQ+ and other diverse communities are fundamental to our region's economic success in the 21st century. Hasty attacks on the First Amendment in public spaces with the intent of further marginalizing already marginalized members of our community, in particular the LGBTQ+ community, not only undermines our common humanity, but go against the values of diversity that have defined Hamtramck for generations and makes Hamtramck a less desirable location for investment. As a proud member of the Hamtramck business community, we'd respectfully ask the body to reconsider any measures that try to minimize members of this community instead of celebrating them and their contributions. Thank you for your time and service. Sean Mann, co-owner, CEO. Valerie Stevens, hello, I'm Hamtramck resident. I own and live in a home on Yeaman Street with my husband and our children. This resolution is blatantly homophobic and disgusting. The media has been notified and Hamtramck will be viewed as oppressive and potentially dangerous for LGBTQIA rather than the welcoming multicultural community I knew it to be. I will never vote to support any council members who support this resolution, and I know I'm not alone. These council members should be ashamed. Thank you, Valerie Stevens. My name is Teresa Anasti. I am a current resident of Hamtramck on Norwalk Street. I'm also a social work professor at Oakland Community who lives in Hamtramck with my partner and my 2-year-old daughter. I moved here from Chicago thinking that I was moving to a progressive, diverse city that shares similar values that I do. I love the fact that I can hear church bells and the Islam call to prayer in the same city. I love the churches, I love the mosques, I love the coffee shops, I love the Polish and Yemeni restaurants. I'm writing to tell you that I strongly support flying the pride flag in our international display, considering Hamtramck's commitment to diversity and equity. Banning the pride flag is short-sighted and sends a message to the rest of the country that we are a bigoted city. Indeed, if Detroit can fly the pride flag, then so should we. To the response that what if someone wants to fly a Nazi flag, the pride flag stands for inclusion and acceptance and not hatred and white supremacy. The pride flag was created in 1978 by a U.S. veteran to promote pride within the gay, now called LGBTQ+ community. There is no hatred embedded in this symbol, which shows love for our LGBTQ+ family. To be honest, if we ban this flag from the display, the Hamtramck will likely make national news and have a reputation as being backwards and intolerant, and mocked on social media many times over. I assume the city wants more people moving to the city to attract business and tax revenue. Most cities do. Banning the pride flag would send the opposite message to potential new residents. That this is a community of intolerance and hate. Thank you for your time, Teresa. Julia Sosen, Home Street, Hamtramck. I would like to leave the following public comment for today's council meeting. I urge council to vote no on Resolution 2382, which is in current language, would prohibit the flying of the pride flag, as well as the historical flown Cherokee Nation and African Union flags on city flagpoles. As a Hamtramck resident, seeing the pride flag be allowed on city property is particularly important to me. The pride flag does not show a preference for any certain sexual orientation, but rather inclusion of all sexual orientations. It signifies It signifies to the significant population of queer people and their allies who live, work, shop, and volunteer here that they are just as welcome as non-queer people. Refusing to fly the flag in a political climate of homophobia and transphobia gives the opposite message. There is no neutrality. Regardless of what kind of personal bias you may have against queer people, I invite you to think about the economic benefits of inclusion as well as the importance of coalition building and fighting oppression and uplifting the variety of civil rights. Julia Sosin. Marcus Merritt. I'm writing as a citizen and resident of Hamtramck to provide the strongest possible objection to Resolution 2382. Contrary to the stated aims of the resolution to promote and embrace diversity, passing a resolution intended to restrict the pride flag from display on the city flagpoles would announce that Hamtramck considers the LGBTQ community to be extremist and shameful. It would send a message to the LGBTQ residents of Hamtramck that a city government does not consider them welcome here. Municipal display of the pride flag is incredibly common everywhere around here, and people understand this display of the pride flag to symbolize that the community accepts and supports the LGBTQ community. This weekend I drove to Minnesota and back, and I noticed the pride flag was flown at all of the rest areas along the way. No one is worried that the pride flags in the rest stops are going to open the door for radical or racist groups to ask for flags to be flown. It's absurd. A great deal of Hamtramck's vibrance is down to the community's acceptance of and celebration of the LGBTQ community. But if this resolution were to pass, Hamtramck would stand out as expressly and uniquely hostile to the LGBTQ community. The citizens of Hamtramck do not want this resolution to be passed. Sincerely, Marcus Merritt. Courtney Blom, to the Hamtramck City Council with regard to the proposal to ban the pride flag from public property. Never did I think that I would need to explain the importance of the pride flag to citizens of Hamtramck, and yet here I am. My name is Courtney Blom. I am the mother of a 10-year-old daughter who recently came out as lesbian. With our entire family's wholehearted support, as much as I wish that the entire world would look upon my daughter with the same acceptance and admiration that we have for her, we all know that this is not reality of 2023 in America. Having read the proposal, you cannot with a straight face argue that all minorities are equally represented and supported by flying their flag's country. My daughter and the rest of the LGBTQIA community are unequivocally not represented by the American flag when there are several states within the union that are trying to legislate them out of support, out of crucial Medicare care, and frankly out of existence. There have been over 520 anti-LGBTQIA bills proposed to in-state legislator this year alone. We are only halfway through the year. If you need any further reminder of how real and violent hate against the LGBTQIA plus community still is, this meeting tonight is occurring the day after the anniversary of the Pulse nightclub massacre, when even the White House is flying the pride flag to show solidarity while the country tears into the LGBTQIA plus community. I do not think the President would agree with Council's proposal that everyone is equally represented under the American flag. Saying that you want to ban the pride flag because you're too afraid to stand up for white supremacy or other radical groups who may demand a flag be flown is a piss-poor excuse. And if you are too cowardly to say no to extremists, then you have no business running the city or composing its legislation. Do better. This community deserves better from you, a city that deserves to be on the right side of history. John Salvage. Hello, my name is John Salvage. I have been a resident of Hamtramck since May of 2013. In these past 10 years, I have been both happy and proud to claim Hamtramck as my home. It is with great regret that I feel shame for this town I love so much due to Resolution 2382. Which is unquestionably a veiled attack of discrimination against our LGBTQ plus residents. What twists the knife even deeper in this attack is that it is these residents, ones that experience prejudice and hate consistently in their own lives, who have raised and continue to raise their voices so loudly against Islamophobia over the years to help their Muslim brothers and sisters to feel safe, secure, and welcome in their migration to Hamtramck. To each city council member who votes yes on Resolution 2382, you know that this is an act of utter betrayal and hypocrisy, an act that actually defines sinful behavior in complete contrast to the celebration of diversity and inclusion that the pride flag beautifully represents. Francisco Olivero, I'm writing to this to let whoever know that I wish to petition the banning of the business pride flags. Amy Nicole, I am part of the LGBTQ community. I spend quite a bit of time in Hamtramck. I frequent your restaurants. I work in one of your dispensaries. I bring people in when I throw events at the local art gallery. I promote bands who play on the sanctuary with my magazine. I promote the events at the New Dodge to my Instagram audience, shared the attendance shows at Smalls. Hell, I even went to the DCFC game just to support the city. and documented when Wedeco painted that mural to promote them. We are a big part of your community, whether we live there or not, and it is not a crime to love who you love. With your stance in not hanging a pride flag, not only is it a coward's move, the fear of upsetting a few sidelines, those who continue to be marginalized and put in danger, but it's also a signal from our office and its elected, keyword elected officials, that you choose to disregard us. And in doing so, prove to us that you don't want to cheer, respect, or protect our community, even when you were a big part of it, a big part of yours. If our community cannot feel safe within the parameters of your city, why should we bother to pump our hard-working dollars into your institutions? Why should we move to the city, pay taxes to you, when you clearly are taking a stand in how you feel about the collective us? I hope my word makes you understand the severity of this, even if it's just to threaten your bottom line. Do better, Hamtramck. Take a stand for love and protection of people who love your city. And if not, well, we'll go elsewhere. Thank you for your time. Sam Shrum. I spend time in Hamtramck roughly every other week as a dedicated supporter of Detroit City FC. This proposal is not only a clear violation of the First Amendment, but it even being put forth on the table is a blow to many of the closest friends who also love the city. People who have been coming to Hamtramck for years, spending time in the community, spending their money at your businesses. People who have stood against the hate groups your bill claims to be bulwark against. We have long said that the Hamtramck is a diverse city that stands for inclusion and that they love. This proposal will not withstand challenge in the courts. This proposal will only hurt those who have fallen in love with Hamtramck and drive them further from feeling safe there. I urge you to reconsider, vote no on this proposal, and stand for the diversity it claims to represent. Help my friends to continue to feel safe in Hamtramck and keep the love they've had for this wonderful city. Respectfully, Sam. Amanda Jakowski. Hi everyone, Amanda J., Hamtramck resident. Everything on this agenda at least makes sense. Yay, street sweepers. Except for Resolution 2382. I highly suggest postponing this vote to evaluate how far reach this resolution effect would be. I fear passing this would be counterproductive to the stated goal and would squash any uniqueness and diversity that we have fostered over the decades in the city. Does this mean no Christmas or Eid decorations could be displayed by the DDA during holidays? Does this mean no more parking, special parking during the holidays? An area where Hamtramck has recently made steps to be inclusive, but still provides special treatment to Christian and Muslim holidays? Is racial, including Black Americans, who do not always know their country or origin because they were stolen from there, and the people indigenous to the area, including in racial or ethnic, or would they be considered a nation? Would this resolution have prohibited last year's beautiful rededication of the colonial Hamtramck gravesite? There were many more flags that are specific in this document on display there. Furthermore, are you saying that you are going to monitor employees' cell phone and social media use while at work? Who would be responsible for determining and monitoring the protected time, manner, and place? I do know that attention was paid to early social media commentary, as the updated version posted on 6/12 reflects many of those issues. But there is far too many questions to pass this today with any semblance of responsibility. Thank you for listening. Claire Nawalk Boyd. I am a Hamtramck resident, adding my voice to the many saying we strongly support flying the pride flag in public space in our town. At this point, you drag up this hateful debate every single year, spending the city's time and resources on your personal homophobia. It's clear the people of Hamtramck want to fly the pride flag. Our city wants to show our beautiful colors, but it seems like it's our electeds who are showing your true colors instead. Not a good look. Alonzo Rubio. As a frequent visitor and nearby resident to the great city of Hamtramck, I am deeply saddened and disappointed that decisions to ban the pride flag are in discussion. A flag which represents peace, harmony, and solidarity amongst people within our own community. A flag that deserves every way to be waved high and mighty over a city that is proud and known for its diversity. I hope that the city council person that reads this will find peace and love in their hearts and choose not to close off a community that has helped and will continue to help the city of Hamtramck grow and prosper. Joe Higgins. I'm someone who grew up in this area and I'm now raising 2 children of my own. It has come to my attention that a misguided attempt to patriotism has been proposed as a course of action to the great city of Hamtramck. A proposal that, while purportedly celebrating the diversity and representation within the city of Hamtramck and the entire nation, would proceed to infringe on or disregard the freedom of expression belonging to those citizens and residents. The United States government has protected the rights of all people to freely express their beliefs and opinions in peaceful methods, including banners, symbols, and flags. Your beliefs, opinions, and how you choose to live your life are protected along with the rights your right to assemble and associate with many other people. While better legal scholars than I might be able to find a way wherein it is legal that the city of Hamtramck may ban certain symbols or flags, even that they have to admit that doing so is in spite of the spirit of the law. The rationale that this motion is an attempt to circumvent any hateful group from attempting to display any flag of their own brings to mind old quotes from legal scholars and Supreme Court justices about the price of a free society. This motion frankly feels un-American because it reads as a craven attempt to censor free speech and undermine one of the greatest strengths of our shared American culture. The context of this motion causes it to feel as a reactionary attempt to ban the LGBTQ plus flag or similar flags with broad strokes under the guise of protecting the public from hate groups, which would be both disingenuous and cowardly. The LGBTQ plus flag on display only expresses that everyone has the right to feel comfortable in their own skin and has the freedom to love and form relationship with other people. That's it. There has lately been an abundance of bad faith arguing that those opposing the LGBTQ plus community are doing so to protect their children. To address that, I will speak as a proud father of 2 kids. My oldest had recently finished the 4th grade and like many kids that age, started developing her first crush. She quickly realized her crush was on another girl in her class. Jury is still out on the boys. She sees that flag as a positive thing in her life because it reminds her she is not alone in the world of feeling how she does. Any harm to children does not derive from that flag. Loving and supportive parents or a community that celebrates diversity in the community. This proposal is cowardly, un-American, and should not be passed. Thank you for your time. Julia Salas, I am sending this email for public comment. Hamtramck has always been known as a diverse community that has accepted a variety of cultures through time. It's the world in 2 square miles. Times change, but the city has always been a place that people from all over the world know. I moved to Hamtramck during the pandemic as part of the Arts and Culture Commission and quickly relocated from Detroit, previously Dearborn, and out of state because of the openness to all cultures and as well as it is important to the city of Hamtramck. And we had a commission surrounding that. A flag representing a huge majority of the world matches us as a city. Hamtramck must look at a reflection of the whole community and provide a safe and thriving space for businesses. I think removing this flag is unnecessary and does not reflect the amazing place that Hamtramck is. Everyone should be proud of who they are, where they come from, and should be safe where they live. Arlo Pickens, hello, I'm a resident and business owner who is vehemently opposed to this resolution. Were I in town tonight, if I was in town tonight, I would be there to say this personally, but I hope my statement and ones like it are heeded. This resolution is backwards, wrong-headed, and theocratic governance under the guise of neutrality. I know the mayor's homophobic, transphobic public stance. I watched the rhetoric fly last year when council wanted the pride flag banned from Zussman Park. I see the posts made by city officials on Hamtramck Square. I understand that this resolution has nothing to do whatsoever with the desire for neutrality and everything to do with council members and the mayor's desire to govern the city according to the structures of their religious books. This, as well as their previous stance on this issue, tell the world that Hamtramck is not a place where everyone is welcome, that we do not value all of our citizens, only those that are in majority. Euphemism frequently used to refer to people who want to enact policy along religious guidelines. Honestly, it repulses me that this is even up for discussion. More than 40 years after the Stonewall riots, after decades of hard-earned rights won by the LGBTQ community, our city government now wants to say loud and clear that they are not supported here, that they are not welcome here, that we are more comfortable with them in the closet, being quiet, not making their identity known. This resolution puts us squarely in line with the worst aspect of American culture. We can do much better than this. I've seen city officials repeatedly online referring to the LGBTQ community as disgusting, as mentally deficient, accusing them of being predators of children. These are not the messages I want to be seen as representative of the place where I live. It makes me sick. Pride Month is a celebration of inclusivity, but we would do well to remember that the first pride was that MLK referred to as the language of the unheard. Matthew Asapi, I hope this message finds you all well. My name is Matthew. I regularly involve myself in the Hamtramck community and contribute economically to the city on a weekly, daily basis. As an ally to the LGBTQ community, I'm shocked, disgusted, and angered by the resolution of the city council that your city council is pursuing. The resolution 2382 is a legislative example of homophobia directed towards an already marginalized and heavily targeted community. LGBTQ people are represented by the pride flag in the United States, where there are currently 417 anti-LGBTQ state legislation bills being discussed to eliminate their existence. Considering the origins of how this resolution came to light from the LGBTQ pride flag being flown on the city-owned flagpole in Joseph Campo near Carpenter Street, your council is using their power to make this resolution number 418. There's no morally acceptable argument that the council can make on how removing the pride flag, which represents love, understanding, and acceptance, is meant to be an inclusive effort. Removing the pride flag is counterintuitive to your efforts to proudly promote and embrace its diversity, as directly stated in both versions of the resolution. This is especially concerning as the author of this resolution, Mayor Ahmed Ghalib, dedicated his efforts to drafting this for discussion rather than alerting South End Hamtramck residents about the implosion of the nearby incinerator, in addition to the extremely bad AQI from the Canadian wildfires. This resolution is far more than whether or not we can fly a certain flag in Hamtramck. Should this pass, this will demonstrate LGBTQ individuals will no longer be supported and loved by the community. It will show we do not care about the unity in Hamtramck, and we would rather appeal to radical and racist minorities who do not promote positive decorum or value the presence of those different than themselves in our city. It will show that we do not welcome people who are different and that will impact everyone. Every human being, regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, political belief, and in this case sexuality, deserves to feel safe whether they live and occupy space. The Hamtramck City Council is not fooling anyone by marketing this resolution as a path to peace in our community. Peace requires understanding and acceptance, and they are doing neither by removing LGBTQ flags. By passing this proposal, you don't need to open the door for radical and racist groups. They are already here, and they will have received exactly what they wanted by denying everyone else the right to feel safe and accepted in Hamtramck through the resolution. Stop this blatant violation of First Amendment rights immediately. The opportunity exists here to ensure that Hamtramck remains a welcoming and open place for all people, and I expect Hamtramck City Council recognize this. Thank you for taking time to read this and your consideration. Martha Mazarigos, I am against the vote to suppress LGBTQ plus community voices. Do not pass this vote to forbid pride flags from being displayed on public property. This is unfair for the voices of this group under attack. Adina Schechter. As a resident of Detroit and someone who is a frequent visitor and love of Hamtramck, I am shocked at Resolution 2382 that seeks to not allow LGBTQIA plus flags to be flown on the city properties. When I read that the city does not want to open the door for radical or racist groups to ask for their flags to be flown, I couldn't believe my eyes. The queer community represents love, unity, acceptance, and justice. Allowing our flag to be flown is a statement of all of those values. I find it appalling that flying the LGBT flag, a symbol of love would ever be considered a gateway to giving radical and racist ideologies they see on the table. As a Jewish person, I have to imagine that if the city was asked to fly a Nazi flag, and the answer would be an unequivocal and resounding no. Flying a flag of love does not open the door of hatred if you do not allow it to. To be neutral is to be complacent to the erasure of queer people from the public eye and public spaces. This is exactly what the bigots want. I feel compelled to speak out against the idea that neutrality is the best opinion when faced with the choice to celebrate a marginalized community that is quite literally in danger from violent legislation on the local, state, and federal level. I urge the City Council to stand with the LGBTQIA community. Do not allow the intimidation tactics of vandalism and violence make us cower in fear. Now is the time to stand up and support each other. Thank you for your time and consideration. Adina Schechter. Claire Nowak Boyd. As a Hamtramck resident, I do not support HPD acquiring tasers. Tasers are preferable to the use of guns, but I'd rather see us spending resources on something other than weapons, especially given the history of one HPD officer tasing another. Let's prioritize less weapons for our police. Cameron Frank, the most beautiful part of Hamtramck is that it fully embraces the melting pot idea. People from every walk of life are corralled into this 2 square mile city and live side by side in harmony. Churches, mosques, synagogues, bars, Euromats, Yemen cafes, all institutions with different ideas of what is supposed to be right, yet still keeping peace and living amongst their neighbors happily. Why would you want to deny someone their right to fly a flag that says, I'm here and I'm proud and I'm unashamed of it? It is not unconstitutional. Penelope Bowler. I'm a resident of Hamtramck and I am opposed to the removal of the pride flag in the city. Hamtramck has a that is unmatched across Michigan. Removal of the pride flag represents the few exceptions that are unfortunately prejudiced. Guys, I'm almost done, please just bear with me. Removal of the pride flag represents a few exceptions that are unfortunately prejudiced against others who do not share their values. This is the U.S. and the protection of the LGBTQ population. It has been passed in the language of legislation of the Elliott Larson Act. Thank you for your time. Please don't allow the city to be crippled by new lawsuits because of council's action. Sincerely, Penelope. I think I'll be fine, but below is my personal comment regarding 2382. Hello, I am writing to you today as a member of the non-binary community. Resolution 2382 is in direct opposition to decades of work by individuals of various races and cultures that have come to inhabitate and call the land we now live on home. No, I said the land we now live on. As a member of the non-binary community, I have personally found a lot of comfort and acceptance of my personal identity from a group I did not originally expect, the local national indigenous tribes. Within many indigenous tribes, people of my identity are widely accepted and often viewed as prominent members of their communities. While I go into each and every of the 40-plus terms that exist in varying tribes, including our local Anishinaabe, I am instead going to use the term Two-Spirit. Two-Spirit has grown to become a launching point to convey the overarching term of which we may describe as non-binary individuals within indigenous people across the continent, but is not inclusive to gendered identity. It is not a radical idea, nor is it new. Tribes across the United States and right here in Michigan have lived with and accepted those of us that do not fit in the modern binary for nearly 1,000 years. If this is a new information to you, a good place for additional research to avoid further missteps is the Indian Health Service website. You can input this URL access, and she gave you the link. Or I'm sorry, I can't say she. I'm not sure what the name is. The respect and prominence of Two-Spirit individuals within indigenous communities reinforce and illustrates the needs for representation and celebration of gender diverse communities in our local government and leadership. Resolution 2382 is counter to celebrating individuals at a local level and excludes people who hold to realities that existed here long before the city of Hamtramck was established. A resolution targeting the public display and representation of any marginalized community during our most visible and important months of the year is appalling. I, along with many of my peers, have had to remove certain destinations from our future plans for fear of our physical safety, and I do not want to see Hamtramck follow that path. If this resolution passes, Hamtramck loses its ability to claim itself as a diverse city of individuals and will be on a quick path to joining those very destinations as unsafe locations to visit or reside in. One final point, have you thought about the mental health impacts that a resolution like this will have on the community in which it targets? At present, LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide due to harassment and stigma placed by actions like this. Have you seriously considered the impact this takes by placing a community driven by love and acceptance as a hate group, comparing it to racist and radical groups? The personal religious views of elected officials in Hamtramck cannot be prioritized over the mental and public safety of the LGBTQ residents. My family has a long history in Hamtramck, and we always were proud of the inclusivity that Hamtramck holds. I boasted about the diversity when I am able to, and hope that you reject this resolution so that we can continue to have a city that upholds the diversity, so that I can continue to be proud of the city. The city deserves better, with empathy and love. Usnar Baldersson. Jessica Vu, I am writing to express my disagreement in the banning of pride flags on city property. While I am not a resident of the city, I live in Poletown, Detroit, a mile south of the city, and spend a lot of time there and love the city. I want Hamtramck to be a place where everyone feels safe and welcome to be their authentic selves. Please consider the harm that banning pride flags will have on our community. The pride flag represents a beautiful diversity of the city and should be something that is celebrated, not banned. Thank you for your consideration. Whew. Okay, so almost. There's still two. I still have to. There's 2 public come on, Hus. Eloise. I'm sorry. I did that the first time around too. Eleanor. 3 minutes.
Maybe you in the audience have come here.
No.
Okay. Oh, I'll address you then. Okay. Maybe you've come here today to share your personal feelings. Maybe you have come here on someone's advice. Some of you maybe believe we have a need to feel victimized. Some of you may believe that the flag's display in and of itself is an act of aggression. The result is the same. You came here to express that we are not a part of the community to be celebrated. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals bring a vibrancy and a positivity to this community, and it's crucial as a community we celebrate these contributions in the face of discriminatory legislation across this country. These members have helped me find a home here in Hamtramck and a future through Wayne State University. We live in America for its freedoms. It follows I should be free to live the life I choose. The world in these 2 square miles has and will continue to have LGBT residents, whether they come here for the community or come from it. 7.2% of adults are LGBT in some form or another. And although it may be a hard pill for some of you to swallow, statistically, nearly a tenth of you and your loved ones is LGBT in some form or another. I do not wish to spend the next 30 years in a split community trading begrudging stares. I think you know better than to make your home a place of violence and or distrust of your neighbor. Just outside that door,
Excuse me, over this. Don't
there is a poster just outside this door.
I told you, knock it off.
There is a poster hanging from the Hamtramck Historical Commission. It shares the donor was proud to be Polish. The first listed antonym of pride is shame. Is this a place I should not feel proud to exist? Abu Ahmed, Mohammed, Khalil, Naeem, Muhit, I urge you to oppose this shameful resolution. Mohammed, Amir, I urge you to confront whatever hatred has fostered such a shameful proposal.
I moved to Hamtramck last year because I was ashamed to live in a Michigan city with such a shameful and embarrassing history. If you don't know, Wyandotte, Michigan is known for being a sundown town. They're called sundowns because it was dangerous for black and brown people to be out after dark, or else they would face civilian and police harassment. If we allow Hamtramck, Michigan to adopt a legal standard of bigotry, it's only natural that the queer presence here, your neighbors, are forced out due to hate crimes and police harassment. It's obvious what you're doing, and it's disgusting. In the eyes of the law, I am a transgender woman. In the eyes of many of you in this room right now, I will be never anything more than a gay man. That is fine. I'm not here to tell you what to think, what to do in your spare time. Interfering with clear expression is a violation of our rights. I know the movement to ban pride flags in Hamtramck has been supported by big money interests, some of whom are in this room with me right now. What we lack in funding, we will make up for in perseverance. Anti-gay and anti-trans legislature will not be tolerated in Hamtramck. You want us to leave? Come and make us. We will vote you out before you ever could.
Thank you. Let me just make sure. That's all for public comment.
That's all? Okay, thank you. I'll advocate for you to get some raise for reading all those comments.
It was 3 hours worth of public comments.
Yes. So before we move to the next section, I don't think many people who sent comments read the resolution. It's not talking about LGBTQ in any way or form only. It says religious, ethnic, racial, political, or sexual orientation. In this room, I found earlier a person whom I met outside and asked me, I want to raise the flag that says, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. There is no God but God. Muhammad is the messenger of God. He belongs to some religious group, and he's already telling me, I want to raise that flag if you raise some group's flag. And I told him, if this resolution passed, you are not going to be allowed to do so. So we are not targeting one group or another. Those people who accuse me of hating them, half of my boards and commissions are either LGBTQ or supporters of LGBTQ. And I know them one by one. Some of them are in this room right now. Some of them were appointed by the former mayor. I never fired anybody who belonged to the LGBTQ. And you can do some research. Even the former mayor herself, I appointed her back in the DDA, and she's the biggest advocate for LGBTQ. So how are we hating those people? But when some commissions that I appointed are trying to undermine my power and the city council power and violate rules and misinterpret terms, then I think some decisions has to be taken to clarify things and to make it clear. Those people who didn't understand this section that says countries, represented by some countries, we're talking about the countries that have immigrants in Hamtramck. For someone to mention Taiwan, Avocasa, Burkina Faso, Mozambique, who cares about these countries? We have no immigrants in this country from these countries. We're talking about countries that have immigrants in this country, and this international flag resolution that was passed in 2013, 102, said specifically international flags that reflects the international character of the city. Why are we talking about Taiwan or Mozambique or Burkina Faso? We don't have any residents there, but there's also a violation of that because you have to pay some money to raise your flag on Joseph Campo. Well, I know so many countries here that are not represented by those flags either. We have people from Iraq, the Iraqi flag is not there. We have people from Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, Somalia, Afghanistan. None of these countries have flags there. Why? Because nobody paid the $300 to raise that flag. So even that, the Human Relations Commission did not do a good job with that because every country that have residents here should have, the opportunity to raise their flags in Joseph Campo in the month of July only. So if you don't understand which country, we made it clear at the end which flag should be allowed. The US flag, city, states, and POW flags. These are the only ones that should be flown in the city properties. If you have your flag in your own properties, I would defend you. I released a statement to denounce the vandalism that happens to one flag that was thrown in the garbage from a private property. There's nothing that caused any safety issues to the LGBTQ members in the community. We'll defend you. We'll serve you equally just like anybody else. But why are you acting as a victim if your flag is not flown in the city hall or in the public spaces? That shouldn't cause an issue because other groups are acting like victims because they want their flags to be raised there. And like we said, we don't want to open the doors for any other groups who come and ask us for raising flags that you don't like or you may not like. And then we will look, it's going to be like a mess. So I think it's clear by now, and we should move to the next session, which is the consent agenda. And this is approved in a single motion with no discussion. We have A, approval of minutes from the May 23, 2023 regular city council meeting. B, approval of invoice register date ending June 13, 2023. Approval of pre-approved expenditure date ending June 13, 2023. Resolution 2023-72 approving appointments of Gary Seganiski to the Beautification Commission. E, Resolution 2023-73 approving street closure for end of school field day. F, Resolution 2023-74 approving street closure for Hindu religious rally. G, Resolution 2023-75 approving Michigan Department of Treasury titled Form L4029. H, Resolution 2023-76 annual renewal of priority health insurance contractor for new benefit year.
I motion.
Second.
All in support?
Aye.
No objections?
No.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
So we have Ms. Gary, Mr.
He
Gary.
made it through all this,
Oh.
sworn in.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Come on up, sir. Come on up.
Come on, Gary.
Gotta raise your right hand.
Oh.
We're not.
Is this against you?
Yes, it is.
Just repeat after me, please. I state your name.
I, Gary Sagansky,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly
that
swear
I'll support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I'll support the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully
the
discharge
duties of the Beautification Commission
the duties of the Beautification Commission
of the City of
of
Hamtramck
the City of Hamtramck
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
3 hours, sweet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to speak or anything?
Congratulations.
I'm proud to be here and working to support Hamtramck.
Thank you,
And
sir.
this is an expression of democracy, and we're all working to find the best way to move forward. So I look
Thank you.
forward to doing that for you.
Thank you for having us,
Jerry.
sir.
Okay, moving to the new business. And we have the first resolution, 2023-82, resolution to maintain and confirm the neutrality of the city of Hamtramck toward its residents.
No, second,
All right, discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Okay, so we spent over 3 hours with the public comment. It was approved by the 2013. Exactly same language is here, only some of the people from the commission do not understand the word or try to make the problem. That's why, and maybe some of the city employee related, who knows? So, only one speaker, young guy, speak on behalf of this. The young guy said, we are confirming. It was passed by the 2013. We just confirming, letting them know what it was. And it is that. It's nothing wrong. All of the speakers today said, Hamtramck, great city. They're living with the no issue. That's what they said. We want same way. We proved that majority of the Muslim community know how to live together, how to respect each other, and we are doing. Only the resolution, I'm the witness, I'm the senior councilman, I've been 29 years this city. So, still not understanding some of the Josecampo post donated by some people that time. So, what we try to bring, diversity country flag flown to the Josecampo, and it was successfully done, and it was a great things happen. Exactly same thing was happening and happening still. So I want to let everybody know, one of the speaker mentioned, she moved from Wyandotte or somewhere to here, because so if you cannot live peacefully, safely, Wyandotte, you came here, you living peacefully here. You did not make the problem over there. You did not tell them to flaunt the gay flag over whatever flag, LGBT flag over there. Here, our few of the religious faith group came to us. They want to flow to the flag, their own flag, to the city of Hamtramck. We said no, we don't want individual, everybody to do same practice. It is going to be chaos. It looks ugly, and it's going to be division. We don't want that kinds of situation here. Your faith, you believe, you keep with you, and outside the city hall, outside the city property, it's your property. If you drive right now, Josecampo, you're going to see the LGBTQ flag right there. Some I drop every day, and I see the lots of flag. Nobody bother nobody. No incident happened this city as of today, as of now. Somebody hates somebody. And hate is haram for the Muslim people, and it is proved that. And you guys proved that we never hate. People never hate nobody. And peacefully life is here. Still you're going to live same manner. Nobody going to bother nobody. You guys is the one making problem. Right here, I feel. If you leave alone, if you leave alone some other group, there is no problem. Problem is coming. Why I need to fly this flag? And right here, particularly Hamtramck, particularly right here. Is in your home, no issue. Is in your institute, no issue. You believe, you practice, nobody bother. What is the problem? What we are trying to do, confirming from 2013, what we approved that time, and some of the people, commission people not understanding, not implementing, and going the wrong direction to bring it here to the clear to everybody, peaceful city, good city, we'll stay with the good city, we don't want a problem, that's why we don't want a flag here. You like your flag, I like my flag, in my house, no issue. There is no issue, I want to clear that. And that's why I brought it here, because when I saw a discussion going across the border, I spoke to the mayor. The person, he is the one problem maker, he is the one wrong interpretation doing, and again and again, we should not do that. We want to bring and clear everything, and it's going to be clear, and I am supporting this one, and it will be approved today, no question about it. Also, I want to let you guys know, excuse me, you guys is the one threatening us as an elected official. Please don't threat us. Don't threat us. Okay? I'm the elected official. If people like me, they will vote for me. If people don't like me, they're not going to vote for me. I don't have to serve here. If I serve, I will find out the interest of the Hamtramck city. Let me tell you guys one thing. A lot of you guys don't know what is the definition of the democracy. A lot of you guys don't know, let me tell you, 16th President of the United States, you don't know the name, I know the name, Abraham Lincoln. His Gettysburg speech, you don't know, let me tell you that. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. A lot of you guys don't know. Let me tell you, of the people. Okay? I am of the people. I am elected by the people. Okay? And I am for the people. So what I'm doing, because of I elected, I'm of the people, and by the people elected, I'm working for the people. What is the majority people like? What is the good for Hamtramck? What is the majority people will be living peacefully, good manner? That's all I'm doing. I'm doing my job. I am not against anybody. We love everybody. We don't hate anybody. We don't discriminate anybody. It is the proof. All of you guys told us we are living very respectfully, without hate, living in Hamtramck, and you move from other city. 29 years ago, I don't see all of you guys. Now I see. That means we're doing good job. We give the good behind. That's why you guys coming. And welcome. Welcome. Anytime. So that is my calculation. Please, I'm requesting everybody, try to find out the lead in Hamtramck peacefully, respectfully. Please respect each other. Anything, discrimination, any hate, crime, anything happening, let us know. Let my administration, police department, anything you guys see, we will take care. We'll take care. We'll find out the way, better way, or take care how we can live together. That's all I'm doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to explain one more thing, please. I mean, whether we are supported by the majority or the minority, we serve everybody equally, with no discrimination, but without favoritism either. I want to explain the point of the resolution 2013-102 that gives the human relation the purview to raise the flags on Joseph Campo, which is flags that reflect the international character of the city. For the past 10 years, no other flags were raised on there other than the country flags. Why now? Because the mayor has changed? Why didn't the former mayor think about that when she was the mayor? So they just want to do it now. That means they knew it was meant to fly only the country's flags. Now they're saying other flags are international flags. Why is this interpretation brought now and not 2 years ago or 3 years ago? So you understand, 10 years, no issue with this resolution. So this was brought to clarify that resolution. Another thing is the resolution that was approved in 2021 to fly the flag here in Zosman Park in front of the City Hall. The Art and Culture Commission asked for permission. Read the resolution, you will see. Art and Culture Commission has sought permission from the City Council to fly the flag in front of the City Hall. Now somebody is telling the Boards and Commission, no, don't ask for permission from the City Council, act on your behalf, like they have more power than the City Council, to undermine the power of the City Council. And that's what forced the council members to bring this, to put a limit to this. I mean, because of the previous practice. It should be just done as the previous practice. If you go ahead and read those resolutions, you will find that we're just trying to implement the previous practice, nothing new. So this is just an explanation about what's happening. Any further discussions for City Council members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
if I may.
Councilman Chaudhry.
Good evening, folks. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for being here so patiently. Some of you already passed the bedtime. You got to work tomorrow. Yeah, but here's the thing, folks. I believe in the rights of every human to enjoy their life under the full rights of the United States. The resolution does not prevent private citizens from flying the pride flag around the city. We only want to respect the religious rights of our citizens. Pride Month is a time to celebrate diversity of the LGBTQ community, which includes people of all ages, abilities. No one should be denied access to the services and supports they need to thrive in the community because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. But here's the thing, folks. You guys are welcome to the community. You guys welcome to walk to the restaurants, walk to the grocery store. Why do we have to have a flag flown in this city property to be represented? You're already represented. We already know who you are. And we don't have any hate or any discriminations against that. We get along very well. By making this bigotry, making this a scene, it's making like you want to hate us. It's you versus and others. It's not that. It's everyone included. And this is the community we live. I love where you live. I have no problem. But the community as a whole, it has this respect that we're raising family, we're doing our best to support the community. Therefore, you are not unwelcome. You are welcome here. But we have to respect the religious. We have to respect the people that around here. Schools, mosques, churches. I won't take any longer than this. It's been a long night, but I welcome every one of you. I have no problem with anyone whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
So, thank you. I just want to say happy Pride Month for people that are celebrating the Pride. I believe people are confused about the bending the rainbow flag and bringing restriction. So this is a restriction to not only rainbow flag, any flag to be flown to the city of Hamtramck. City of Hamtramck still is a loving and vibrant city. Everyone should be seen and heard equally. By the city of Hamtramck and city official, if anyone feel difference, then you should have let us know or city officials know. And people are combining religious day and like, rainbow flag. It's not a combination. I know our ex-councilwoman Amanda Jakowski, she sent an mail or email. She said the religious day and Christmas day that we offer the free parking and everything. I don't think this is a combination of flag to be the religious day. This is a completely different aspect, and we're combining two different things. You guys have a religion. You respect most of you are Christian. You celebrate the Christianism. You guys go out to shopping and everything. So this is doing for everybody's benefit, not for us only. And we love you guys. You're great people. There's nothing wrong with it. We all should live together. As I say, it's a loving city, and we all welcome. We all should celebrate. But flying the flag is not only rainbow flag, it's just a restriction for any flag to be flown. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman
Mr. Chair.
Rifai? Yes.
And I want to inform everybody to, again, you could, during your own property, you could do whatever you want to do. But to clarify this issue here, like we had an issue previously with the commission. And we made, Councilman Hassan present to the Mayor Pro Tem to make sure that our commissions, members of the commission, in any commission, do not overstep your powers. There's individuals that, they posted something on one of the newsletters that if council does not approve this, you know what, he's gonna put the flag on Joseph Campo. That means he's daring, council members, you know what, you ain't gonna vote for it, I'm still gonna put on there. So by us having this resolution, we're not banning you from not to put in front of your house or your little private business. That's your own choice. But to make it clear, like our mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and my colleagues, any member can come say, hey, listen, our tribe have a flag. I want to put my flag. My family has a flag. I want to put on the Joseph Campo Avenue. So it's more to clarify to everybody here, our board commissions, citizens, that it's an old resolution that's been there for years. It's been practiced before our body here. And it's ridiculous now how people want to push it during our time. If really people with the former mayor that really was trying to push this, she should have pushed it for the 16 years that she's been here in the city of Hamtramck. Why she's trying to put a fuss in the city of Hamtramck because she lost. Sadly that, sometimes you take wins and loss. But if you have lost, stop, putting hate within the community, especially with our mayor or city council. So message again to our citizens, whoever practice or are part of the parade flag, you're willing to do what you want to do in your property. That's your property, your business, what you want to do. But again, it's an old resolution where it's international flags that is presented by countries. If it was to me, to be honest with you, I would just put the American flag. If I know will come to a fuss like this, So I hope everybody will understand, and thank you very much.
Thank you. That was actually one of the suggestions to just put the American flags, but we found out that the money has been collected already for those flags. And so maybe the flags have been bought already and they are ready to be flown in there, so we couldn't put just the American flag.
Mr. Chair.
All right, so, yes, Councilman Abu Musa?
Can you bring a resolution, Mr. Mayor? Can you bring a resolution to have just the American flag and not anything else at this moment?
Maybe that's maybe from next year. Yeah, this year because they collected the money and they bought the flag, so it's still already. But that's accepted. Yes, Councilman Abu Musa, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here this evening. We spent almost 3.5 hours to get all those comments from the public. And I do not want to repeat it again and again, everything. But LGBTQ, this community, living the Hamtramck, long time. So we don't have any issue there. And this flag, if you want to put this flag on there, the mayor explained this flag only to the international community, international country. I'd like to amend something there, Mr. Mayor, if you want. I'd like to put the international country, but the country cannot occupy the other country, like Russia and some other such a country. We do not want to put that flag there. This country occupied the other country. We do not want to put those things also. And large number of the community people in here, before we come in there, last couple of days, Mayor explained that some Muslim people, they want to put the Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam some name there. The Hindu people, they want to put their Christian name there. Some Buddhist people, they want to put their flag. So we cannot put all those together. We do not have enough capacity too. So that's why we want to get the international flag, international country, and the people who live in there. And Mayor told us and told you guys that sometimes they have to pay for the fee also. LGBTQ peoples, don't worry about us, trust us. People elected us. We are the people, we live this community and we like to serve you. Nothing different between you and some other people. You will serve you equally. It doesn't matter who vote for us or who do not vote for us. And some people running for the in upcoming election, please don't trade them. They are working for you guys. They are equivalent to working for each and every one. They do not make discrimination X, Y, and Z. We elected for the whole, serve the whole community. And if you have any issue in future, let us know. We try to help you guys. Thank you very much to give us the.
Thank you. Councilman Abu Ahmed Musa.
Housekeeping issue. I don't think you ever motion to open the discussion, so if you should do that now, please. And then also, I think Councilman Mahmoud motion to amend it should be voted on as well.
So
I'll
there is-
motion to discuss the agenda of.
We did.
We did. I met him as that.
Yeah, we did open the
So then,
discussion.
he didn't say the word motion, but I think he motioned to amend, so I think it has to be addressed. basically.
Even though he never said motion?
Nobody seconded it, so I just.
I'm saying he never.
So
Right,
we
but he
motion.
He was suggesting there is a.
The
an
amendment
amended
flag-
resolution.
Seconded or?
No, nobody
but
seconded.
I think it's not, like I said, it's not possible now because
it's
the
not
flags
here.
are already.
It's already
Right.
saying the American flag.
Right, no, I'm not discussing whether or not you should, I'm saying whether or not.
I think as the attorney, you have right to motion to have on the American flag.
No,
So we're good.
so we're good here.
Well, what needs to be motioned is the amendment of Councilman Abu Musa. He
Yeah.
wanted to add, accept countries that occupy other countries.
That's gonna be difficult.
Right now,
I think.
we go this for this
For now.
one. Let this one go first.
So if somebody.
It's my opinion. That somebody,
I mean, if
some
someone
country
brought
occupied other
the-
country, I do not want to support their flag.
But it's, some people may bring a flag that, for example, Russian flag, Ukrainian community here don't like, so that's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a problem. So
We'll start with this one.
Well, that's, if there's a Russian citizen that
Well,
live
we
in
can just
Hamtramck, why
take
not?
it. I mean, if we
Well,
allow
we
them,
still present
they already collected the money to
Them,
be flown
from
the
them. So
flag.
why you gonna neglect?
That can go, and then next time,
We always could have.
we just only have an American flag.
All right, that's
Okay.
accepted. For next time, this is the last time for international
International
flags.
flags.
And
Yeah.
maybe next time just American.
We'll make an amendment to the
I
resolution.
support that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So, any more discussion?
Yes, yeah. I
Yes,
guess.
go ahead, Councilman Swery.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone, city of Hamtramck, all the residents, and to come the city council today. Everyone, they mention what he want. I'd like to thank all my community. I have to respect all my community, what they want, what they do. I have to respect that one. I am support all the resolution what we have, 23 ID2. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna have to vote on it unamended, just like it is now.
As it is.
Councilman
Yeah.
Hassan.
Yes, you put me in a spot.
You're the one who brought the resolution forward. Yes.
I thought it would be an easy one. Councilman Chowdhury.
There we go.
Chaudhry.
Oh,
She's calling your name.
oh, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Al Samiri.
Yes.
Councilman Musa.
Yes.
Councilman Rafai.
Yes.
Councilman Mahmoud.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Resolution 2382 approved.
Calm down.
All right,
Please calm down, guys.
all right,
We are one community.
all right, thank you. Do I have to break the tie?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the next one, Resolution 2023-77. Authorization to enter an agreement for the development and sale of 2407 Danforth Street to Fatma As-Sunani.
Motion.
Second.
I believe our staff is not here.
Yeah, can you wait a minute for some, for it to clear up a little?
Yeah.
Sure.
It was five.
Referee motion.
I was second.
Awesome, yes, I'm here defending and representing Fatma Al-Sanani, who is purchasing or intending to purchase a property on 2407 Danforth, which is a new addition to our lot sale program of being able to purchase a lot adjacent to property, which we recently added. So they are going to make a residential expansion of a sunroom, and you can see we sent files to you. I'll be brief. So this is just to approve this sale of the city lots. We still have a lot of city lots and our plan to advertise them in the coming weeks. So I'm gonna go through each of the lots we have available, putting a sign out so people know that are walking around. And so people can take part in this program, we can get these lots to residents who can build. Thank you.
Go ahead. Hassan left.
We still have, yeah, he had to go for an emergency.
Where did he go?
Yeah, is there any discussion on it?
Is this the,
No.
Let's go. We get distracted here.
is this the first one that's been done in the city of Hamtramck, or there was previously?
No, they did it more. They did
Yeah,
a lot.
this is the, I would say the third residential expansion.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to hear.
No, I'm saying as this plan, as this type of,
And like you're saying the exact same page?
no, I'm saying exactly the same thing here. As, what is this called, the sunroom? Sunroom?
Yes.
So is there previously?
Yes, there has been.
Resident, okay,
There has been.
all right, sounds good. So it's nothing new that we have to.
No, no. But these plans that are here are not set in stone. So this is just the proposal to get the property. But in 2 years, once they have built the property and the residential footprint has been expanded, the building department will determine if if the residential footprint is expanded. But if, for example, if they don't build anything and they just put a garage, then that property would go back to the city contractor.
Yeah, they're gonna lose it.
In fact, we literally just had to send a demand letter out to one recently that we're trying to go faster, so.
And that's what I mean, okay, all right, sounds good.
Any questions?
No?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Call the rules.
Councilman Rafai,
Yes.
Councilman Musa,
Yes.
Councilman Chowdhury,
Yes.
Councilman Mahmoud,
Yes.
Councilman Al Samiri.
Yes.
Hassan is no longer present. Mr. Mayor, resolution 2377 approved.
Thank you. Next one is resolution 2023-78, approving the purchase of one street sweeper truck for the Department of Public Service.
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, we have John, our DPS director, here to talk about this one. This is kind of his baby, so I told him he's got to defend it.
Unfortunately, I lead a department where everything's expensive. I hate to be labeled, uh-oh, here comes John, here comes a lot of money. Hopefully, you'll be able to start thinking of me as Mr. Progress. That's literally what I'm trying to do. What we have before us is, the board's already approved, the council's already approved the first street sweeper. And coming in here asking for another one, probably think, what's another one? So that's what I'm gonna explain. The intent of the department's always was to get two of them. A proper street sweeping program has 2 units. There's 2 different types. One is called a mechanical unit, goes first, picks up all the big items, and then it's followed with another one that sucks everything up, the fines. The best analogy I can do on this, I was trying to think of something, and I'm not gonna say the person, but I know somebody spent $150 on flowers, a whole bunch of marbles in there, water and sand, and all these flowers. Gave it to his girlfriend. The problem was, for their anniversary, it was his ex-girlfriend's anniversary date. Needless to say, those flowers got busted up all over the floor along with the glass. So nobody's gonna grab their vacuum cleaner to come vacuum that stuff up, you gotta broom it up first. So it's the same analogy as with the street sweeper. You have to sweep up the big items first before you can use the vacuum. Basically, that's the difference between the two units. The problem is, I was gonna come to this board later to ask for this in another budget. There's not gonna be any available. So I put the feelers out with companies that make them, said if anything comes available, let me know. Detroit ordered 6 units on last year's prices, which was a lot less than what they're gonna be, like $50,000 to $60,000 less. Detroit only took delivery of 5 of the 6 units, so they had 1 unit, and the company tagged it for Hamtramck, pending coming to council. So we could wait, and I could order one later in the year, but it would take probably a year to a year and a half to acquire. Or we can move forward with the purchase of one now, and put it in with training with the new one that we're getting, so that our staff is trained with both units at the same time. So I talked to the controller, Amir, found out if we could do it or not. He said it was obtainable to do this year. So that's why I'm bringing this forward, because it is a big cost savings to the city to get it now than it would be to get it later, and then have to wait a lot longer.
Price basically goes up $60,000.
Okay, now, the first one when you bought it, do you receive the first one?
No, we receive it near the end of this month, and the other one that I'm talking about now, we would get at the exact, pretty much the same time. It's already in stock in Auburn Hills. I think you ought to have a graph of a decision that the department made to save the city about $1,050,000. And the council's been pretty generous with this department on allowing me to get what I think this department needs to be successful. And I wanted to list that, because a lot of times everything's approved, but nobody really follows up with the council to let them know, hey, we got this, we got that, this is the changes that's happening. So I listed the machines that we've gotten already. We picked up an F-250, we picked up an F-150, we picked up 3 F-350s, we picked up a street sweeper, we picked up a Kubota 4x4 utility vehicle, which is gonna be one of the 2. I plan on coming back to see you again for a second one in the near future. But this will be for snow plowing, can handle the heavier snows and whatnot. All those items that you've already granted for the department total about $650,000. And we saved $1 million. So just, everybody talks about big numbers, especially in this department, $1 million here, $10 million here, $5 million, a couple $100,000. It's hard to relate it. But just saving $1 million for one decision the department did, look at all the assets the city acquired for it. It's just been, it's huge. 5 new trucks got delivered with us in the last 2 weeks, which is great with the guys. So I have a lot bigger department now. I'm gonna be up to 10 guys from 4. So, I even put the pending approval items in there that are on the agenda tonight to show, you know, what $1 million can do for the city.
John, if I may, these sweepers are actually somewhat designed to work in tandem. The first one that the department purchased was actually a vac model, which we're also going to be using to vacuum out the basins, the catch basins, which right there is going to save us about $100,000 of contractor fees alone. So just by purchasing the first one, that happened. The vac model isn't designed really to pick up heavy debris.
Especially alleys.
Particularly alleys. As you know, we have a lot of alleys, we're paving a lot of alleys now, we want to keep the alleys clean as well. The one he's proposing to purchase now is a mechanical model that actually has 2 sweepers in front of it that essentially sweep the big pieces into a chute, it flips it into the back, the vac comes behind it to get all the little stuff. So they're designed to work in tandem to get a much cleaner surface, and that was the original plan, was to buy the other one at a later time. Fortunately for us, Detroit backed out on one. We got last year's pricing. We were gonna do this probably next season at a price of another $60,000. So it's a lot more cost effective to do this now for the long run.
Yeah, that's the cleaning cost. We put the $60,000, $70,000, I noted that on the sheet. That's just basically what we're saving on the 1 unit from jetting and the catch basins and gate valves that we have to vacuum out. That does not include the preventive maintenance on all of our catch basins within the side streets that we're not doing.
Yeah,
So
that's-
if we actually ordered that out, we'd be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a year cleaning out catch basins, and we're
That's a
not
very
doing
good
it.
point. So we're spending $100,000 on doing the catch basins we identify we gotta do. That's not going above and beyond and doing all the ones we probably should have done.
All right. So I will, I mean, this is something good. It looks good, but first, we haven't received the first one, right? To see how effective this would be. Second, the main littering problem that we have is not in the main streets. It's on the sidewalk parkings, like
And
main
alleyway.
parks. And that needs, it does not need a sweeper. It needs, you know, some education and
Maintenance.
code implementations and stuff like that. So I mean, yes, we have a little bit of more money, but it seems like we just want to focus on certain areas to spend that. While I think there are other priorities that we should focus, or at least work on both sides, not, because it seems like each department now is trying to buy stuff
Yeah.
because we have some surplus. But I think there are some priorities that we get asked by the residents. Why haven't you done that? Why haven't you done that? And I don't think they will be happy to see more sweepers in the streets while they have other issues like streets that needs to be paved properly, you know, rather than just fixing the potholes and the next season they come back. And so I'm okay with this, but I don't think we should take action before we see the first one and see, is it really gonna be effective or not?
Well, the one we bought is a vacuum, it's 11-inch nozzle, so basically, it's a big vacuum cleaner is what it is. And predominantly, the main use where you're gonna be using it for, a lot of it is, we'll go through the streets with it, but we still would have to run a mascot in front of it. So it's a pickup truck with some guys, they'd have to stop, pick up the bigger items, so we're still running somebody in front of them, which I planned on doing for a limited time until we could order the other unit. The difference with now, we wouldn't run the mascot truck, we would just run the other sweeper. Because the problem with the vac model is with 11-inch hose, you go over, you hit a carpet, it's gonna plug up. You hit a 2x4, it's gonna go in sideways, it's gonna plug up. And then I think there's with the paperwork you have, just shows the life expectancy. The life expectancy of the unit's double when you run them tandem than if you run them singular. It's a lot less abuse on the machine, plus the filters and everything don't get plugged up, you know, as bad. For one example, another example I can give is over by the stadium when we had an issue with the parking lot's really bad. So they wanted to send a sweeper in there, you know, a vac model. We wouldn't have been able to use our vac model out there. They would have vacuumed up the parking lot. They would have vacuumed up the asphalt. But the first unit, the mechanical unit, would have swept it into the dustpan and then put it into the hopper. So there's advantages for both, especially when alleys are rough. I wouldn't dare run a vacuum model through an alley. And hopefully with the alleys that we're redoing, I'm trying to get them on an alley maintenance program to where these units are going through. Because we do get a lot of bigger debris in the alley because it falls out of the cans and everything else. So
Also, Mr. Mayor, if we don't finish the alleys and if we don't have alternate ways to people park their car, I mean, sweeping the street is gonna be difficult anyways. So you're gonna wait for next year, maybe finish all our alleys? Let's put the alleys priority.
Well, we still have one coming. We still have the one coming at the end of the month, which is the VAC model, which I intend to start using. The only difference, the way we use it is gonna be a little bit different than if we had a tandem unit. And then the training I got for free. They could be trained on both units through the company that we got the unit from.
I got a question here. These sweepers, they don't come dual, where they do both, instead of buying 2 units. I know Detroit has units that will clean up anything.
Now they have.
Because my streets actually have Hamtramck, have Detroit, and sometimes Detroit area they could have stuff that,
They run,
sometimes it needs a
2
handman, but.
trucks.
They run.
They have a front truck that runs through, well, actually they have 3. They have a water truck that sprays. They have a mechanical unit they have a mechanical unit that picks up the big stuff, then a water truck, and then they run with the VAC model. And I think that's in the agenda item too. There's a lot of cities, Ann Arbor, Warren, that are doing the street sweeping program. They all run tandem units.
But I don't think it's, common sense if we, because the first unit, it's really expensive. And I know they're expensive, but barely you will get any 2x4s or anything that's big on the road. And you're
Biggest
talking,
problem with ours
and
is
I'm not
cement,
and I'm not referring to alleys, I'm referring to streets. I don't think you will see a big 2x4s. And if there is, I think one of the men could actually be there, before the machine
Pick it
sweeper
up.
and pick it up. And like I'm gonna, I'll call on our mayor, we're happy that we're plus, but I think we need to take it easy on how we're spending the money. Citizens are happy that we're looking good in the city.
Right.
But I think we need to work slowly, and especially if the machine hasn't arrived yet, I think we're moving too fast of getting another machine. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there is machines out there that do both either heavy equipment or, anything like dirt.
Not that I've seen, I researched many of them. It's always 2 units. This unit's a Pelican unit, it's used worldwide. It's the most popular mechanical unit out there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman Shawna.
All right, I believe Mr. John is trying to say that he needed to have a second one in order to pick up the debris, big debris, and going through the alley, it will require. So we understand, but thing is, in order to get this full services done, is looking for the second one. And, I mean, we already spent already approved one of them.
Yes.
And that is, coming, and the second one, may help him to get more debris and more alleyways cleaned up. So, even though it's a budget adjustment and more money coming out of the surplus, but we're gonna do it today and tomorrow. Why not do it
The
today?
long-term maintenance, the other thing issue I looked at is the filters on the back model are expensive. Every unit that I've negotiated, I usually get the price and then I tell them I wouldn't be interested unless it can include $10,000 worth of maintenance parts. So the units that we're getting enough maintenance parts to last us for a while, because I want to buy a unit, have to come back and buy brushes, buy filters, buy this, buy that. So every unit that you see is coming, the one we have is coming with $10,000 or $12,000 worth of parts. This one has $10,000 worth of replacement parts coming with it. It's the filters. So like you say, you're just putting more strain on the back model. And then what you end up doing is just spending more on the maintenance on it because you're plugging the filters up fast because you're putting in items in that unit that it's not really designed to take a beating on all the time.
But John, one of the things, so you knew, I guess, see, you didn't ask for both of them at the same, beginning, to get this, us to fill.
I took the unit that was best at the time for the city because of the capabilities of cleaning out
right.
the catch
I'm
basins.
all for the cleaning up the city, I know I did myself many times clean up in the alley, There's alley behind me, there's a cross alley. We need to have those equipment. And the city, in order to get the city clean up, as a city official and as an administration has to step in and step forward. I understand, but it's up to my colleagues and.
And it's a great idea. I think it would be for better service and more efficient way. But like Councilman Mohit Mahmoud said, most of the alleys haven't been fixed yet.
Yeah.
It's a mess. So is that a priority to try to fix some alleys before we get the machine to clean the alleys? And some streets too, because that's the most concerning issue at this time for the residents, the streets and alleys. They keep asking us about that, and we are saying we are waiting on some grants from the state, some grants from Ministry of Transportation that we applied for, and if we get them, we'll be able to fix those alleys. So I think it's a great idea, but I think we should try the first one and see if it's efficient. And if there's a little bit left, then we can order the other one.
Yeah, the only reason why I brought it forward, I talked to Max about it, and he said he had a concern about it too, is this was the savings on the unit.
I understand.
Because I don't think I'd be doing my due diligence if I didn't bring it to the council and say, we can get a unit at last year's prices over what we were gonna pay for it down the road when we need it. So that's one reason why I brought it forward.
Amir wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to just say that, I think we need to look at the two units individually as to the functionality. So the sweeping unit, the one that is being proposed right now, does a totally different job compared to the one that we've already bought. Now, if we delay the purchase, I mean, I talked to John and Max about this purchase at this particular point in time. And the reason, I said, I'm okay with it, was because I, first of all, wanted to get in those savings. But the more important thing is that the availability of the unit later on might take a year or two. In the meantime, what we are going to do to the unit that we already have, which is the back unit, that we will be compromising its efficiency by the way we are going to use it. Because even if we pick up, manually, big items in front of it, but the dirt and the mess that's going to go in, which can be swept up by the sweeper, will clog up and will reduce the efficiency of the machine and the life of that machine. So that's why I told John that if we can get these two together, it will be a much better program to implement than something that we use one right now and then buy another one in a couple of years and then try to make it work.
I think it's a great idea, like you said, but like I mentioned, the main problem that we have in the city is not in the main streets. It's in the front yards and in the parks.
Yeah.
And I think it needs different way of cleaning.
I totally agree with you, and I think the city is trying to address that through the code department. And what we have done is we have, hired a few more part-time code officers who are working on, improving the enforcement of the code, city codes, to make sure that, the way the citizens live in the city, they need to be, conditioned to take care of the city. And the code enforcement department needs to make sure that that is being done. And I think the city is working in that direction as well. That's why we hired, three more officers on part-time basis to implement the code. So we are doing all of that, but I just wanted to make sure that, we make the city look as clean and as nicer as we can. And Mr. Amir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Mr. Mayor, I think it's getting really late. Let's minimize the discussion. I think majority elected official, whatever you believe that if you want to buy it, then purchase it. If it's not, then let's vote it out. Because, it's just lingering one
Mr.
issue.
Mohit, give me 30 seconds.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. John, we are getting one vehicle already on the order, another vehicle you want to try to buy too. But if we don't have a surplus, we do not buy this vehicle. Am I right? If we do not have a surplus budget, you do not bring this vehicle on the agenda. Am I right?
We do have the money.
Yeah. If I don't have a surplus, last 12, 13 years, we don't have a street sweeping. Let's try to with one of those and let's see how it's working with this. We have a more important thing for the street, alley, and sidewalk. In my opinion, at least we don't have a last couple of years, none even street sweeping. Let's start with the one of those things. And how many times we're going to sweeping the street? Per week, per month, or yearly sometimes?
No, quite a bit. It's gonna be on a regular program, at least once every couple of weeks on the side streets. Before, we were doing the residences once a year, and then we were doing Joseph Campo about once a week. But the plan I'm putting in place, it's gonna be done quite a bit.
I was a little apprehensive at first too, because my first words to him were, we didn't get the first one yet.
And I didn't know, to be honest with you, I didn't know that these units were on a backlog, or else I would have proposed this whole plan differently when I first approached the council. I would have, who would have thought that the street sweepers on the back order,
At this moment, I like to use this chunk money to sidewalk or.
I mean, like I said, I support this and I think it's a great idea, but I'm very cautious about getting them the second one before we try the first one and see how effective it is, and just to be safe and focus on priorities. I would support it for next year. I mean, that's my opinion.
I can appreciate that.
And it's up to the council. I mean,
Well, you gotta get a vote.
yeah, we can get a vote. We can vote.
Councilman Mahmoud,
No.
Councilman El Samiri.
I can agree with the council.
Yes or no?
Well, yes, it's your decision, discussion.
I like to agree, yes, if it's not from this year, it's from the budget.
Okay,
If
so
we-
he's saying,
Yeah.
Yes.
That's for
this
this
year, yes or no? She's asking for this year.
These are all
So
about-
yes or
This
no?
year, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Go.
Councilman Chowdhury.
I would say no.
Councilman Musa.
Thank you, no.
Councilman Rafai.
No.
Mr. Mayor, resolution 2278
Okay.
fails.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Sorry, John.
Promise
We'll
for
get it
next
next
year.
year, please.
Next is resolution 2023-79, approving contract extension of the 2022 alley reconstruction program.
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, we have Tiffany from Hennessy who lasted all this time as well. I commend her for sticking
Thank
around.
you.
In short, this is the contractor that's already rocking and rolling in our alleys. We're hoping to keep them here to move right into the next phase.
So he provided a letter stating that he'd hold 2022 pricing for the contract extension, so it was our recommendation to proceed with the contract extension for him for this next year for clean alleys.
It's a good price and saves time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think any discussion?
This year, how many alleys we are doing?
Excuse me, I received 3 pages signature for the area, for the alley between Roosevelt and Goodson. It is very bad. We need to add this location for this year.
So we have our first 3 alleys selected right now.
Yeah, between
and
Roosevelt and Goodson.
We're finalizing that list, and I know that area is on there, so we'll see where that falls in the list and everything.
We've tried to contain everybody's concerns.
And I know, but some of them is still, if they wait for next year's, still okay, but some of them is very bad.
We're trying to get at least 20 or so on the list of where we know we're headed next, and we're gonna prioritize those 20 of what's the top ones.
Councilman Samir, instead of just from Roosevelt, start from Holbrook all the way down to Council. So you have the whole strip of the south end.
I like to do the whole thing, but now we get some location very bad and very hard working for the whole area. School board.
In the Joseph Campo area, Al-Islam Mosque, the Aliyah Mosque, those side also, and opposite side, also both are very mess. And the last-
It's done, the one next
That
one
one
is
is
done.
done.
But
those are need to be.
it all depends
what
on
to do
the
now.
resources.
That one is
If we
done,
get the
but we
money,
talk for someone.
there's hope we get some more money and we'll fix them all, hopefully. So
We
let's-
go
let's-
and inshallah we're gonna get.
Question, which alleys are you, I know we're working on homes. Which other alleys are we doing right now?
So right now, they're doing the ones behind the mosques at Kniff and Joseph Campo.
Okay.
So that basically that T intersection is being completed as we speak. We're hoping to move right into, right behind PNC, which would be the north Kniff between Mitchell and Joseph Campo, and then shoot north in the east Joseph Campo alley, taking it all the way to Comer. Our thought process is if we can do that now, prior to the Labor Day festival at the end of the year, we can showcase where we're heading with this, and that's a very, very high trafficked alley. We have PNC, we have Little Caesars, we have Main Street, we have Remus. I mean, it's one of the most trafficked alleys in Michigan.
See the downtown area also.
Yeah, it's bad.
No, it's really bad, I know.
But look, when we do between BNC and all the way down north, those 6, 7 black alley, we talk for 1 black alley between Roosevelt and Goodson. When we do the other one between BNC and all the way down to Casimir or Comart, offer 6 black alley. If we did this year is like 3 black alley, it's gonna be enough. Is working for the possible for the whole area. Better for 20 years, nobody did anything.
In echo to Councilman Samiri, where residents in the south end or south side, they think, we're just ignoring them. They're making me mostly on that side. It's like we're being ignored where the business area is
You did
being done.
one place, everybody's gonna be happy.
And that's how it looks. So how can we explain to our residents who live in that neighborhood, who voted for us, and say, oh, they're gonna come to you, so when are they gonna come? So I think if we're able to divide, instead of continue from PNC all the way down to
BNC
Carpenter,
to Casimir
if
is
we're able
okay.
to fix at least one side on that side, I think at least that can, let ease people on, emailing us or calling us, hey, how come we're not even in Hamtramck? So hopefully you guys could,
So we're hoping, if the stars align, to rip right into all those really fast.
So I think we can talk about the list, but now are we happy with the contractor or not? Should we extend
Same price,
the contract?
Yeah, this is
That's the question.
the main topic,
Yeah.
the contract, we're talking about.
Okay, so I think we can go ahead and vote.
Yeah, let's
on
get
it.
a vote done, please.
It's a long
Councilman
night.
Al-Samiri,
Yes.
Councilman Mahmoud,
Yes.
Councilman Chowdhury,
Yes.
Councilman Musa,
Yes.
Councilman Rafai.
yes.
Mayor, resolution 2379 approved.
Okay, thank you. Next one is resolution
welcome.
2023, thank you. Dash 80, approving the purchase of and installation of new carpet and tile flooring throughout City Hall.
Motion.
Me again.
Motion.
Second.
Bennett again, I say.
Mr. Mayor, we have John here to talk about this one again. I supported this one a lot more. Plus, our judge is redoing a big portion of the court with this as well.
Okay.
So there's a lot of carpeting in City Hall that you don't necessarily see, that's in pretty bad shape. We recognize the first floor is pretty good, the rest of it isn't.
How about the council hall? This one, city
This
council.
is in it.
This
This is in it.
yeah.
I know the
Most
judges.
all of City Hall is in it. A lot of our side of, the court side is, I think, 125 or 130,000 should come out of the building fund. I think what we have in front of it is 110, it's about
We
110.
also note that we're trying to get good quality carpet this time, because we know we're gonna have it for a while.
Yeah, these are carpet tiles, so
They're gonna lose
if they
the
dump
money
coffee
anyway.
and stain the tile, we can pull the tile up and replace it. And they won't get these runs that we have currently in a lot of the offices. We have a lot of trip hazards. And a big portion of that expense is the whole second floor for the police department. Their locker rooms are horrible. They're down to concrete, they got tiles flying all over the place. It's really horrendous. So I think 58 or 59,000 alone is just the police department.
I know the court is desperate for new flooring, and the judges, it's really important for her to.
Okay, all right, I don't
So
think.
what do you think about, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, what do you think about those, they
Council
give
Chairman?
30, 40 years guarantee, what is it called, laminate floor?
Well, a part of the changes I've made with cities, like where there's kitchenettes in the different departments, instead of putting carpet in those areas, I'm doing vinyl plank flooring, so it can be cleaned.
Vinyl plank.
It's gonna be vinyl.
Okay, that's.
Most
looks nice,
all
yeah.
but the courtroom is gonna be vinyl plank.
Yeah.
And then I get the bathrooms and the police department locker rooms, that's gonna be all new vinyl plank.
How about the council chamber?
Council chambers carpet. You want carpet here because of the noise,
Yeah, and you have too much echo when you have.
too much echo if you don't have the carpet.
Are you planning to do anything like entrance when we enter to the city hall?
I looked at that, I have proposals for that, I think that's gonna tie into probably another proposal that you'll see me on, for the front of the building, because we're gonna plan on doing a
No,
whole
this
new
is, you
entrance
should
to the
add this when we enter to the city, like
Yeah.
that's in front of the police of,
Plus the tiles we're in for the.
I think you should put the tiles on.
There is that's simple, but we originally had the dispatch here, we took that out because it's just gonna get too complicated. But
Right where we get in the front doors.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
that's in there. Yeah.
First appearance always make big difference.
That's a different type of tile too, that's designed for a
Should be,
vestibule
yes.
area, so it takes a lot more, takes a lot more.
And now because we're talking about the front door, that front door needs to be fixed. It's hard to open. Sometimes it hits
It's
your back.
designed that way, if you just touch it, it will start to open by itself, it's because it's an assisted door.
The first main door in the beginning?
Yeah.
I thought the same thing, but all you gotta do is touch it, barely pull on it, and it opens automatically for you. You're trying to open it completely by yourself.
You just have
Get it.
to pull a little bit, it'll start to open, yeah.
Yeah, that's how.
It opens easier.
You didn't know this?
Someone,
It
when
is
I was
done.
coming, someone hit himself.
You try to
because
pull
it
it
came
hard,
back to-
it will reject.
All right, okay, I think the.
And the carpet's
council-
gonna be, it's not gonna be all one time, because obviously we gotta move furniture around, move offices around. We may have tile issues with asbestos in it, we have to mitigate. There's all different things that can pop up, so I don't wanna tear everything out one weekend and say, uh-oh, now we got a big problem.
But we
Sound
didn't
bad.
need tomorrow,
Wow.
after the carpet, to come the new issue for anything.
We want to
A
discuss
new issue
everything
for
tonight.
anything, we need to fix outside.
Long night.
Yeah, it's gonna come tomorrow, oh, we need
Wow.
to change this, we need to change the other one.
All right, I think
Okay.
We
we,
need to fix outside.
we have, we
Resolutions
just
on the carpet.
Can
talk
we-
about the carpet. We
Let's
applied for a
Mr. Chair.
project with Congressman Sherry, right, to fix the whole city hall, so hopefully we get something from
Yeah,
you.
buy a new place.
But anyways, yeah, I don't think, council,
work.
I don't think they should disappoint you in this one, so we can just go ahead and
You gotta
vote.
vote, please.
Councilman Al Samiri,
Yes.
Councilman Mahmoud,
Yes.
Councilman Rafai,
Yes.
Councilman Musa,
Yes.
Councilman Chowdhury.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, resolution 2380 approved.
Thank you.
So 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
See?
All right, thank you.
See, we still like you, John.
Thank you. The last one, resolution 2023-81, approving the contract award for tasers and technology purchase to Exxon Enterprise.
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, we have the chief here to speak on it. I just want to preface that though with, we heard a bunch of comments about, oh, we don't need tasers, this and that and the other, but tasers are a less lethal option before we transition to a firearm that could potentially kill someone. I mean, a taser is, designed to stun somebody, to take them, into custody a lot easier. So this is a tool that should help us reduce risk and
What
problems.
is taser? I'm sorry.
It's based, I don't know what the acronym for it exactly is anymore, but it's basically it looks like a gun, it's shaped like a gun, but it essentially shoots two
You have one on
darts
you?
out.
He has one on, sword.
Would you like to demonstrate, Sergeant?
No. That one?
Well,
Can we have, can we test it on Max?
I've been tased.
I've been tased too, so.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I think we
You
have
wanna
public
try it?
testimony here as well.
Okay, so I mean, how much is each one? It's like a large amount.
They're expensive.
It's a lot. The total amount is a lot because you're looking at, a bunch of different things. You're looking at training cartridges, which are included. You're looking at, some training options that are included. You're looking at what they call the evidence.com storage for the data for the tasers. This program gives us, in 5 years, they will outfit us with new tasers. So that's part of this program as well.
Okay.
So that's why the cost looks a little higher, but if you've got a lot of different things that are included, like I said, different cartridges, the dock, the bay, the storage, the carrying holsters, things like that, that are all included in this battery packs.
Are there cameras on these too? I forget.
These are not, but these, and that was part of the, reason why we went with Axon without going out to bid, because they do have a single source vendor, letter that they included with this that allows us to integrate those with our body cameras. So if a taser is pulled, it will activate their body camera if they had to jump out on something and maybe didn't have a chance to activate it. So that is part of it. It's all integrated with evidence.com, which is what we use for the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. So that's part of this program as well. So everything kind of, we already purchased the Axon body cameras, so these are all integrated together, and that was why we chose to stay with Axon.
We're also heading towards the in-car cameras as well.
Correct, yes.
To integrate with these, so
You will hopefully see that.
the hope is that everything's perfectly integrated. And to be truthful, Axon's got a monopoly on this. I mean,
They do, yeah.
they do
Axon
a
one-
really good job. It's the leader in the industry.
Yeah, they're one of the few ones that actually still, or that actually make the tasers. So the cost of $146,996 is, seems large at once, but like I said, it's got a lot of options come with it. It can be spread out over 5 years if we chose to do it that way, or we can pay it all up front. And I will include that this does not come from general fund money, this comes from already existing narcotic forfeiture fund money that we're allowed to spend for law enforcement.
Oh, okay. So it's
this
not
will
from
come
general,
out of the
okay.
general fund, this is
All right.
stuff that we can only purchase law enforcement equipment with that. So
I was gonna say that it's not coming
Yeah.
from the general fund.
All right.
Sounds good.
Even though, I mean, we haven't approved anything for the police department. What we did for every other.
Mr. Chair,
All right, let's.
146,000, how many equipment?
35, I
Yeah, so the purchase.
35.
Are we voting?
So one thing, Mayor, we were paying at once, or we were spreading out to the 5 years?
Once.
We'll probably just pay it all.
Pay it all
at
off,
once.
yeah.
Finish it all.
just
Yeah,
because
okay. I just want to
may come
clarify.
with more things and then I don't have to say I don't have any money.
Thank you, Chief.
Alright.
All right.
Alright, Councilman Chowdhury,
Yes.
Councilman Rafai,
Yes.
Councilman Musa,
Yes.
Councilman Mahmoud,
Yes.
Councilman Al Samiri.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, resolution 2381 approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
All right.
much. All right, so done with the new business, move to the reports and
Make it
It's
short.
getting too late, so I'm gonna make it very short. The main report, not much, just wanna thank everyone who attended the meeting tonight, and those who sent their comments by email. It's been a long meeting, almost 5 hours. So, thank you all for sharing your concerns, and like I said earlier, we will make sure that we serve everyone equally, and with no discrimination, will be available to protect every citizen in the city of Hamtramck, regardless of their religious or political or sexual orientation, whatever they believe in. Everyone is free to practice their own views and beliefs. So, yeah, regardless of the result of the outcome of the resolution, I thank also the city council members for, staying and attending, all of them full house tonight. That's what we want in every meeting. And thank you again. And other activities that usually I mention in my report, there have been so many events in the past 2 weeks, attending graduations, speaking in graduations, meetings. I cannot remember all of them, but we have been very active in the past 2 weeks. And that's all for me. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem left, so there is no report for him. City Council, anyone would
Mr.
like
Chair.
to say anything?
Thank you,
Councilman
Mr. Chair.
Rifai.
I want to thank everybody that showed up here today, especially the ones that stayed until right now with us here. It's great to be back. It's been a long vacation for me, and it's been I got surprised by this long meeting as I got back. But it seems, but I'm happy to be back, and hopefully the city will continue progressing to a better city. And thank you to my colleagues that understood and try to work in a way making the city a beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I forgot to welcome you back to your hometown.
With the 5 hours.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, Councilman Chowdhury.
Just real quick, briefly, I will go. I wanted to thank everyone who showed up today, and I'd like to acknowledge Brother Saleh Al-Jaim, Sheikh Al-Jaim is still here, and Brother Abdul Aziz, and Mr. Bill Myers, Mr. Gary, and then Brother Hassan, and Lean, bless you, right here. That is you're staying with us until this end. Thank you so much, and appreciate you all made a comment today, and this is the community that is striving to everybody's equality and rights. So that's all I wanted to say. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, audience. Welcome back, Mr. Khalil Rafai. You left your community. We have lot to do when you left, but we missed you. Welcome back. I want to congratulate all of our high school graduates, and I just want to remind you that now you turn 18 officially, so you can register for vote. Make sure participate on election. Your vote is your voice, and we want you guys to come forward and take the lead of the city one day. And also, I just want to say there's no division or ethnicity. I know some people say they have fear to live in this community. Our friends, they're transgender or LGBTQ. There's, you all have right to live free in this community. It's a free, it's a great community, everybody mentioned. So I don't see is any fear to live in our community, and I want to thank you all, both sides, people that are coming in and express their concern, and thank you everyone again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilman Abu.
thank you very much. We have a big agenda and we have an issue. A lot of people come in for the support, and somebody oppose this flag issue. I hope those people don't get afraid. You will feel free. The way you live in there before, same way you live in there. I urge police and all of our city officials, please look forward. If there were any issue, solve this issue, let us know. They will be free and fair. Treat them equally. And last 2 weeks ago, especially Memorial Day weekend, our honorable ambassadors from Washington DC, Bangladeshi ambassador, he came to visit our cities. I have a great time with him, a couple hours. And he came in the region, Bangladesh, we live in almost 100,000 people in Michigan, Bangladeshi community people. we need embassy service there. Some reason we are not getting the permanent embassy at this moment, but Washington DC will serve this community for, they're gonna be coming 2 times a year, so I hope they're coming this summer. I need city council and city official helps to, if they're coming, everything is safe and secure. We had a bad experience last time. Mr. City Manager Max knows, and you know also. And I hope they're gonna come in to serve the community. Thank you very much to everybody. Still, 11:30, you will hear. Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, only guests are left.
All right.
Okay, welcome Khalil Rafai coming back. And today I am happy to see everyone in Hamtramck to focus something, the issue to make Hamtramck some bad people, they speak what he want. All the residents, I am happy to see everyone come to the city, and I am happy to respect all my community what he want. That's what we do. Respect all the community, something to make the city safe, to make the city better. Welcome everyone to come Hamtramck. Live here, business, everything. We're gonna work in with him. It doesn't matter who. And thank you for Sheikh Salah. They take long time today, and Abdulaziz. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so, is there any report for the financial officer?
Yeah.
You have?
Mr. Mayor, unless you have specific questions for our controller and myself.
CFO.
Are you sure?
No, really. Make
Sure,
it
I'm
brief.
ready. But I just want to clarify something. I think maybe there was some misconception about the street sweeper. I think the street sweeper that we bought earlier, it didn't come from the general fund, it came from the road fund. And even this one was going to come from the road fund and not the general fund. The problem is that we can't do alleys from the road fund, it's just not allowed. I explored that issue with the Act 51 people and Department of Transportation, and they said, no, you can't do, alleys are not allowed under the road fund unless and until they are streets. You know, so the street sweeper program is coming through the road money and not the general fund. Just wanted to clarify.
One thing that's interesting about that, though,
Thank
is
you.
that if you wanted
Actually,
to, we may be
it's-
able to convert the alleys into their own, you wanna call them.
Streets.
But
Well,
I'd have to look into the law.
No,
with regards to it.
there is a whole process for it, that, you know, you have to go through and get it approved from the Department of Transportation.
I see.
And it's not something that, you know, you can unilaterally just do it. You have to follow, you know, and go through a process, I think.
Okay.
But I just wanted to clarify the street sweeper money, that it was not coming from the general fund.
Okay.
So
Thank
there was no issue of, in terms of whether, you know, we have surplus fund or not. It wasn't gonna affect the general fund.
So the road fund, we can use it for side streets, right?
Road funds are used for major roads as well as local roads. So both these major roads and local roads are defined and registered with the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
So only those roads can be, you know, any resurfacing, any, you know, maintenance, anything on those roads can be done through the Act 51 money.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for clarification. City manager, do you have anything?
I don't forego anything today, Mayor.
Oh.
All right.
All right. Thank you. And so next one is the public comments. Again, is there?
123.
Are you serious?
What?
Don't scare us.
Let's see. Let me
Yeah,
see who's
Bill Nye.
here.
Bill Nye.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Lynn is tired, Bill is tired.
No, Lynn Blasey.
What did they say? I'll look at it.
Anybody outside?
Hello again, Mayor and Council. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Gary. I think he's a great candidate for the Beautification Commission. He attended the meeting before he was appointed to figure out what was going on and really made an informed decision about wanting to engage in community service at that level. So welcome, Gary. And relating to, I also would like to congratulate Fatima for the approval to make the addition on her home. I think that's a really great program, and I'm glad to see that more and more residents are having the option to buy the neighboring lot and build on their own properties. I do have to say that I disagree with your decision on Resolution 2023-78. I think that because this was a long meeting, there wasn't time to listen to our controller before a decision was made and really see that the funds were coming from, you know, something that's not out of our surplus and was within budget. And because of that decision, I have a concern about inflation. Everything, all prices are going up crazy rates right now. We could have saved $60,000 just on the unit itself. And instead, we're gonna have to pay more later. There's no guarantee when they'll be available. If it is when we want to, can I have another minute? And then also there's the added expense of the maintenance on our existing equipment, plus the manual labor for employees and increased risk of injury, making workers' comp, which could also cost more. And lastly, related to the flag issue, there were some comments made that said that only national flags have been flown and that the pride flag was the first non-national flag that's been flown, and that is incorrect. I really encourage council to pay attention to the details, we can get records of every flag that's been flown over the years. The very second year this resolution was passed, the Sicilian flag was allowed to be flown. That is not a nation, that is not a country. The Cherokee Nation flag has been flying for several years. The African Union flag has been flying for many years. With the currently approved resolution, those flags are no longer allowed to be flown. And that is cutting out certain demographics of our community that have been marginalized for several years, decades, centuries. And so I just really encourage you to pay really close attention to the language that's used in resolutions, make sure that you're questioning, researching, and making sure that you're making as informed decisions as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was one of the violations that the former government did, to fly some groups, while the resolution clearly said nations. So they abused their power. What can we do? We weren't there at that time, but it shouldn't be the norm for our future decisions. Yeah, continue.
Okay, Hassan.
It's not a young public activist. You know, the emails that the clerk was reading, it was ridiculous. I'm asking for you guys to sit there and do a motion to deny any email for the clerk to read. 100 and something? This is ridiculous. Nobody should sit there and do emails. You got concerns, you come to city council. You don't come to city council, you ain't gonna talk. There's no need for her to sit there 100 and 200 and 300 papers sitting there. We're sitting there just for hours. What time is it right now? 11:43, people got families to go to. By the time I get home, it's gonna be 1 o'clock in the morning. This is ridiculous. I've never seen something like this. And then they wanna sit there and say that about the flag. Nobody said we're gonna sit here and put the Lebanese flag. Nobody said we're gonna put the Iraqi flag. Nobody said we're gonna put any flag. No flag should be put, but the American flag. This is America. We're here. We love America, and this is the only flag we represent. You don't see me putting the Trump flag, because I support Trump. And I'm gonna say it nice and clear. I used to be a Democrat. Ever since they put the book issue, I became a full Republican. And I tell somebody something, that I will never, ever in my life, vote for a Democrat because of the situation regarding the books and regarding our children. Thank you. Have a great night. And be safe. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Mr. Bill Meyer.
Okay, so why didn't we have the controller come up when you were talking about that issue? I mean, that would have been nice. This was all a sell job. These guys were coming up selling you things and you had to buy it or not. And I mean, even our city manager was a former chief of police. He helped you convince you to buy the tasers, and he knows all about it. I mean, it's a sell job, is what it is. The better seller, you're going to get it, whether we need it or not. The guy who sells it does good. I'm not saying we don't need it, I'm just saying. All right, so anyways, yes, I have something here, okay. Okay, so I want to commend, first of all, I got to talk to the mayor when you talk. So tell fellow councilman, welcome back. I'm really glad that Kelly was back with us.
Thank you, Bill.
Did you just say you're glad you came out?
What's that? Okay. So I commend you all for your patience and what will I say? Patience, I guess is the word, and sanity. Listening to, going through all that long list of attacks. I mean, there was some hateful and disrespectful speech going on here. Lots of threats being thrown out at the council, and being called Hitlers, or being called ignorant imbeciles, or idiots that don't know what you're doing. And that was the compliments. Most all Muslims were against the issue. I mean, we're against the flag being in, and most of the non-binary community was for it. It was split. It was obvious where people were at. Shouldn't be that way. We should all be together somehow. But, not allowing certain flags to fly in Hamtramck will change. Oh, really? Can I get
I was
another
holding it
minute?
up for 10 seconds, so speak fast.
Okay, so it's not going to change anybody's mind about the issue. I mean, whether you have a flag or not, to be honest. If you want to work together, we'll work together. Flag doesn't make a difference. What we need is positive, personal interaction between that. I asked for another minute.
Okay.
That's the mayor.
Go ahead.
Oh, I have to ask
No
you.
problem.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So, we need Muslims helping gays when they're in trouble. We need gays helping, working in the Muslim community, so that we, in commissions, I think we're trying to do that. We're working together, and once we all, maybe some from the LGBTQIA2S community will come up and run for office someday, and we'll be part of you, and everything will get better and better. So that's what we're working for. I don't think this issue made anything worse. I really think it was a problem in the first place because the Human Rights Commission overstepped their bounds, and we know that. I was the chair of the Human Rights Commission. I know that whole history, and I can tell you, I was the first one that, as far as I know, to bring a gay person into the commission. And 2 meetings later, he colluded with the mayor to fire me. So, I mean, that's how that worked out. I want to say that the most difficult challenge we all have is to find a way to live with people we don't agree with and don't think with. We have to use peace, justice, and love. One more thing.
5 seconds.
They're not all international flags. You have an POW-MIA flag up there. That's not an international flag, and it's controversial. That should not be a
Thank you,
flag.
Bill. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, that's all for public comment.
All right, thank you so much, guys. And now we move to a closed session.
Motion?
Second. All right, thank you, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I hope it's quick.
Thank you, sir. We're not taking.
خلنا نودع الشيخ صالح و
That's what.